Let's start. So, are we on air? Try the feedback. Can you hear us? We don't see you, I don't hear you. I just wanted to boast that IGF is one of the many, broadcasting that doesn't start late. So I shall begin. My name is O.Baranov, and I'm the head of the IGF-UA, and I'm to moderate the opening part, the opening session of. I am the Doctor of Legal Sciences and also the Director of the Digital Transformation and Law, and of the National Academy of the. I will do the little or brief prehistory or background for those who don't remember what is IGF and when has it been launched. So at the end of the 20th century, the idea has become widespread, the strategic idea of building the information society in many countries. In 2003, it was the first stage of the World Meeting on the Information Society Matters, or with the World Summit on Informational Society, and in which over 50 countries or presidents of those countries participated. Vice presidents, 82 ministers from 175 countries. So in total, there was around 11,000 of participants. Apart from that, a large number of representatives from the private sector, from the civil society. They were working, almost 70 sections were working in parallel. And 2 years after that, it took place in Tunisia. And at this summit, a number of very important strategic documents were adopted on development and informational society, both in the world and of some separate states. Apart from that, the World Summit addressed the General Secretary of UN to establish a new forum for political background for all the stakeholders. And it received the name it was founded and it was named the Forum on Internet Management. IGF abbreviation, so Internet Governance Forum. The first IGF took place in the Athens in 2006. The mandate, the modern mandate to hold IGF up to 2025, and it is held. The global IGF is held ever since 2006. First it was 2,000 participants, and now it's 3,500 participants. So the interesting fact is, in 2010, the World IGF took place in Vilnius, and the total number of participants was 1,451 participants, and 1,300 of them, so 89%, they worked online, and they were online. So we have already, beaten this record today, because we were 100% of participants online. And my greetings to you all with the beginning of our forum. And on the On behalf of the committee, I announce the opening of the 11th IGF Internet Governance Forum 2020. And I introduce the organizers, participants, and sponsors. So the organizers of the IGF 2020 is the Internet Association of Ukraine, Commission on Science and IT, RIPE-NCC, IGF Supporting Association, and Internet Society ISOC. So 5 very important and honored organizations, both national and international level, are the organizers of this IGF. Support is provided to IGF Ukraine by the Council of the National Security Council, European Media Platform, Kiev Small Academy of Sciences. It's very important that youth has joined this year, and yesterday there was the youth IGF, was very interesting, a lot of ideas, both constructive and for certain discussions that will be present at our today's IGF. As sponsors, our 2 subjects is ICANN and Adamant. And Adamant is providing us today this technological support today. So thanks to Adamant, we're going to have this forum online. And right now, I would like to give floor to say greetings to Fedenko Alexander Pavlovich, who is the MP of Ukraine and deputy head of the subcommittee of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on digital transformation. He is the member of the organizing committee IGF-UA. So you're welcome. The floor is yours, Konstantin Pavlovich. Good day, dear colleagues, dear audience in the internet of free internet. So my greetings to you at the IGF, and just like Alexander said, this is a very important event, but which takes place online because of COVID-19. I hope that next year we can already meet in person. I would like to wish you all good health, and on my behalf, I would like to say that I am, as an MP of Ukraine, the People's Deputy of Ukraine, who came into politics from the public sector. I can say that until Alexander Pavlovich is in the parliament, none draft law that is trying to limit users in the network of internet or to impose some non-democratic principles on load on the operators and providers with the function of collecting information, they will be blocked personally by me, and they will not get into the legislative field, not to influence the free network of the freedom of internet in Ukraine. Thank you, Alexander Pavlovich. So you're a record maker on the use of the time. The next one, the floor is going to be given to the chairman of the Association of Internet of Ukraine. I.Petukhov. Good morning, dear audience, dear participants, and the representatives of the committee. I shall speak in Russian, if I may. So now we are like at the biggest national corporation and the organizer of the IGF, starting from 2010. The interest of the association, the success of IGF is connected with the main targets to assist with the achievement of the main goals and the effective governance of internet on the state level, which is the interest also of the business and of the state. The general feature of IGF is that the forum in our association, they invite different stakeholders among the members, the representatives of business and of the state organizations, and also some educational establishments, scientific organizations, and we are connecting here from different parts and are looking for and finding the one common solution. So also we have to say that the conduction of the global IGF and of the national IGF is always on the focus of our attention, and overcoming digital gap and development of digital space and so on. And Ukraine, we have the active legislative process in the sphere of electronic communication, and the law on electronic communication has been adopted, and the number of amendments were brought in this sphere. And now the state bodies and business are working on this very actively. I wish you all success, and I wish success to the 11th IGF. And I hope that it will make its big contribution in the further development of the Ukrainian information society. Thank you, Anatoly Viktorovich. Next floor is given to I.Petukhov Ivan Mikhailovich, Vice President, and the member of our organizing committee, IGF-UA. Good day, Alexander Andreevich. Good day to all of those who are watching us, who are present in our virtual studio. Thank you for the possibility to give speech at the 11th forum, and you know, we are the co-founders. The section is held by O.Baranov, and he is deciding who to give the floor. Thank you for this possibility. I would like to greet all with the fact that yesterday the youth forum has started, and it was very interesting. I managed to watch part of it, and those questions that were asked yesterday, they were very relevant. So I hope that our questions that we shall ask today and those answers, they will also be relevant, and they will help, because the main aim of the forum is to find the common ways to solve the acute questions. And those problems and questions that exist, they are to be solved only on the level of mutual agreement of business, civil organizations, and the authorities. And while the authorities is trying to be in charge of it all, we are going to hold annually our forums, because right now it's still hard to you know, hold yourself to a person who has his own wishes and to change something. As usual, many of those who are as representatives of authorities, they are changing their attitudes and views very fast. Just like the decision on the committee of Verkhovna Rada Ukraine on the freedom of speech and prohibited 22 journalists to be present in Verkhovna Rada. This was a very unpleasant thing. So I hope that Alexander Pavlovich, who swore that this is not going to happen, he's going to do everything to provide the free access to internet and to decisions being adopted in Verkhovna Rada, and journalists, like the representatives of the fifth power, fifth authority, what creates the communicative effect of the society to make these or those decisions. So I hope that our forum will be fruitful, that we shall manage to develop and produce a common solution to all the topical or acute problems. So thank you for your attention and have a good day. Thank you. Yesterday, the representatives of Verkhovna Rada, they have apologized, by the way, about that unfortunate case, and I really agree with you that we are to expect that further on this will not happen again, because freedom of speech is the basis of the functioning of the democratic society. So the next, Anisimov Mikhailo is given the floor, the representative of ICANN, who's the manager on the global interaction. Stakeholders on Asia and Central Europe. Hello, I shall speak in Russian. Good day, dear participants. I'm really happy to be here at this virtual forum on internet governance in Ukraine. It's a big honor because I have recently gained this position to represent ICANN in our region, and I'm really happy to be at such an important event and to get acquainted with you.
Also took part in the youth forum, and we only start working with this experience, and I just want to say that this is the way, an endless one. We can develop endlessly. So all those are here, all those of you who are here and working to develop Ukrainian in the region and the whole world, I think. So you every time you may feel actually the value of this event, it's important stuff. Often we talk about we say that internet must develop, must be maintained and governed. But it's not a very clear translation of the governance word, actually, to manage somehow. Due to multi-stakeholder approach and with the help of registration and people registration. So if we do take on all the opinions of all stakeholders, why this approach is difficult? Parties simply don't know about opinions and interests of other stakeholders of those part of the process. It's really important. Importance of the IGF global one and the regional ones like Ukrainian IGF. Why these are so important? This is the platform where actually we cannot just present, but also provide your arguments, actually discuss something, and you can check how well these are implemented in policies and strategies, and understand whether there is a need to do that, and just come to consensus. Anyway, so when it comes to and functioning of the internet, I'm pretty sure that here at this platform we will have really productive discussions and tomorrow, and that's really facilitating us. That's why I really want all of you, your friends, to have a very productive forum, and I do congratulate you on that. Thank you, Mikhail. I just want to remind you one interesting historical fact that in 2010, our forum IGF Ukraine was the only event that actually was supported by the Vice Secretary of the Global IGF. So we got his congratulating speech, and this was really something prominent. Markus Kumar was the one, the chair of the executive committee of the IGFSA, a very, very, very well-known organization up to 2014. Within the scope, within the UN scope, within the UN framework, he was taking active care of global IGF issues, and from 2011 to 2014, he used to be a vice president of ISOC, also a very important organization dealing with the digital community development. And starting from 2014 up to 2017, he was a member of the Directors Council of ICANN and the Directors Board of ICANN. So today we have his welcoming word, and we will listen to him. Отже, доброго дня, мене звуть Маркус Кумар. Отже, я представляю IGF-UA. Мені насправді дуже приємно всіх вас бачити сьогодні, передати наші привітання. Хочу сказати кілька слів на початку про IGF-UA. Власне, про мету. У 2014 році ми почали існувати як неприбуткова організація. Основна мета нашого існування – підтримувати глобальну ініціативу IGF, а також регіональні та національні IGF-платформи. Ми визнані ООН як, власне, хто роблять внесок у трастовий фонд, від 260 тисяч доларів наш внесок є, такий достатньо потужний. Дуже важливими є такі ініціативи регіональні, тобто мова йде про те, що ми формуємо глобальні політики і стратегії. Але насправді все починається на індивідуальному рівні, коли ми говоримо про управління інтернетом. Багато рішень, які формують політики, власне, впливають як на глобальний, так і на національний рівень. Саме такі ініціативи забезпечують створення цієї платформи для того, щоб ті, хто приймає рішення, власне, мали всю необхідну інформацію. Тобто важливо є те, що ми залучали всі зацікавлені сторони до цього процесу. Основна мета цього діалогу – це, власне, інтернет, який краще функціонує, який відкритий, який працює об'єктивно, який функціонує на глобальному рівні. Мова йде про те, що забезпечується управління інтернетом саме завдяки участі всіх зацікавлених сторін. Отже, саме ці ініціативи відіграють дуже важливу роль у формуванні ефективних рішень для забезпечення функціонування інтернету. Дякую вам щиро за вашу увагу. Thank you, Oksana. Actually provided this speech to us. And the following one, Alexei Semeniaka, one of our speakers. He's the Director of External Relations, Eastern Ukraine and Middle East region. So please, Alexei. Also, Alexei is a member of the committee of IGF-UA. So I have limited time, that's why I will use Russian. If you allow me. Okay, so I warmly welcome all the participants of the forum. So I had so many people already presenting, very highly respectable people presented their welcoming words before me, and those who have some reputation in the world of internet organizations, and I can say that everything is already presented by them. I will just repeat the words that already were mentioned. IGF, firstly, a platform for us to actually get the opinions of other actors, of other stakeholders, other people who somehow do take part in internet functioning, to ensure the internet functioning, just like representatives of civic society or representatives of their organizations, each of them, all of those actually listen to us today, they have their own understanding on how it should be, how to ensure the correct functioning of internet. So different people have different opinions. IGF is launched. IGF is created just for us. If we don't get to consensus, if we don't try to get to compromise, at least we will find out who actually is thinking one's considerations and understand the arguments, the needs, the tasks that people do have. So, dear friends, all of you are here with us in this digital space. Please do remember that it's not just about listening, okay? So if you do have some feedback, if you have something to say, please be involved. Keep in touch with us. It's not just providing a lecture format. It's just to have an open conversation. That's the main aim. So, on behalf of my organization, I do welcome part of the forum. This is not the first year we actually take part in the event, and for us, IGF is a very important platform, and I'm really glad, as usual, actually, to be an active contributor. And I do hope that our today's work will be, and tomorrow's report, will be really useful and really exciting. Not just organizers, to everyone here with us to listen, and I do hope that your participation will be truly useful. Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. You need to take into account what exactly that use of internet technology today is a problem. Name number one in this world, and a lot of examples are there where we can use the technology limitless opportunities, just like limitless types of activities to be performed there. Everywhere where we have humans, of course, we need to have internet technologies available in that format that would provide maximum efficiency of human activity. And with so Ivan offered me this metaphor. So the aim of our activity, I can say, is to have this blanket big enough for everyone. Let's say, for each party, for each stakeholder, there are certain interests in internet. Today we speak about the Internet of Things, and one of the most powerful catalyzers. Catalyzer which is able to bring the society, the humanity out of that crisis that we have, unfortunately, in the world, and to make the use of internet technologies not efficient for anyone as we can. And of course, we don't need to violate, reach the rights of others. Not just a big blanket for everyone to be covered, but also a warm blanket for the government, for education, for private sector, for security and safety, for anything, basically. And the question of trust to our activity in these conditions is very important. The other thing is use of internet technologies coming from the freedom of speech, the basically central right of any human being, and generally not only in democratic society, in any kind of society. And also information security, because it's really, really important for us. We all do witness that. In some circumstances, ensuring information safety is the key prerequisite. So it's so now I'd like to pass the floor. I-Petukhov will speak about the challenges of information security. One, please. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you so much. And we have 2 minutes before the section actually starts. I like everyone who will present their opinions today. Please turn your cameras on for us to see each other. I think that's really important. That's really useful. Hello. Do we have all of you? Hi. Welcome, dear friends.
first, and I'm giving him the possibility to express, actually to deliver his presentation. He has prepared. So, dear Konstantin, did you receive all the necessary functionality for the presentation? I'm revising, and I see that my is frozen. I don't see the slides. So if you have technical problems before you load it, then Alexander Pavlovich can have 10 minutes. Yes, okay. That's wonderful. Because yesterday it worked, but now it doesn't. So public and business give the authority to be first, Alexander Pavlovich. And all the others, please turn off your mics. Thank you that the public sector and the business give the possibility for me to deliver first. I would like to remind them that you are the representatives of the civil society. You are choosing the authorities. So, but you are in the public sector as well. So, President Zelensky has approved the new strategy of this national security and safety of Ukraine. And so providing the national interest on national security and safety. I have a very big echo. Is it normal? Probably yes. So we see Ukraine is implementing the national system of stability or sustainability to have the preparedness of the working in the direction of overcoming all the different threats. So, but first, we are to hold a certain audit of the critical informational infrastructure for anti-crisis management and implementing of the national protocols to in response to different crisis situations, and to have the good interaction of different sectors of business, of the civil society, of public organizations, to overcome to respond to some critical situations and to overcome their consequences. As it was mentioned, for example, in public sector, we're always speaking about different, safety issues, dividing them between different sectors, and every law enforcement ministry or department are trying to be responsible for some questions that relate to safety and security. But I think there must be some coordination, structure which will do the supervision as well. And also dissemination of the educational knowledge in this area, so that we have to implement the educational curriculum starting from the primary school, to also establish the programs not only in the commercial but also state programs, state institutions, so that the employees, when being hired, they would have to pass this training. And also to support the reliable channels of communication. There must be an effective system of security and resilience of the critical infrastructure that is based on the clear division of the functions. Unfortunately, that's not in the place yet. Sorry for my voice, I just have a sore throat. The Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine is authorized to develop and to submit the draft law during 6 months. So it means by the 14th of March 2021, the National Committee has to head it by involving all the stakeholders. integrate the working groups and the transparent process of cooperation. I would like to also add that in one of the documents for the strategic strategic document of the national security, there is a strategy of the information security. But unfortunately, we will have to update the the payments or the fees, for the television, radio, and so on to receive the services of the national producer. But if we do nothing, they will be consuming the free of charge product. Recently, I have come back from the Joint Operation Forces area, and when they say that some of the politicians or volunteers, they were in that zone, and I'm always asking them, in which one? In the green one, yellow, or red one? And then I can tell you that I was in the red zone, and there is no Ukrainian television there, and our population is watching those television information channels that are coming from the occupied territories. I have communicated with the residents, or the resident who live in the city or village of Zolote, so she could understand for quite a while which political force I was representing, and I was explained that she just didn't even understand what I was talking to her about, by the representative of the administration. Critical infrastructure. So far, the working group in the committee has developed two projects for the security and defense sector, and they will be further on discussed by the publicity. Unfortunately, we're moving very slowly, and we have objective reasons for that, because at the same time we are developing 4 big projects, 4 big drafts. And the task that the working group has decided that certain measures of protection is like the thermal system protection, for example, to be protected by the international practice, to define the regulator of safety and security, to provide the cybersecurity and define their roles and responsibilities, define them, the self-regulation measures, and to provide the legal partnership and define the self-regulation in certain spheres. In the sphere of protection of the objects of political infrastructure, also define the mechanism for exchange of information on certain incidents, and to define the order of accreditation in Ukraine by expand the action of the part of the law on the confidential information, and also to install the certain procedure for the cyber security. Then there's a very big list. I don't want to read it all to you. To develop the new draft law on the objects of critical infrastructure on the basis of the existing draft laws. This draft law is already being processed by the working group of the digital transformation, and that I mentioned before, to implement the sectoral principle of management of objects of critical infrastructure, and to provide the compliance of the principles of cyber security, and the main kinds of services to be defined on the level of the law, and to give the right to the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine by technical regulations to define the procedure for their granting. Also, I would like to underline the roles of the state in the building of the safe informational environment. I just asked the question and I answered. How do you see the partnership? How can it be organized? Are there wide companies where when the partnership is not imposed? This question refers to the changes to the criminal code. So if the state will sometimes we have to clearly understand so that those people who are going to be analyzing the critical infrastructure objects or incidents, that they will not undergo to the criminal responsibility. And the decree of the President of Ukraine on the physical, on the individuals and private parties, on the access to the confidential information, the portal, electronic portal DIA, was created, and that is the portal that is granting the access to the electronic services to all the users. And they can also use it to send their requests to the state bodies. And you can use the mobile app DIA can be used, and the electronic format of documents can be loaded there, and the protection of personal data is covered by it. And this portal, due to the latest data, has already registered over 1 million of persons. Alexander Pavlovich, we have 2 more minutes with you. I just would like to underline how to better protect the technical resources and sectoral standards. I can see specialists here, and we're going to discuss this. And now responsibility for the safety and security of the critical infrastructure is on its owners. So I'm asking all of you for the protection information. When they say that some official says that he has the information leakage, because who wins in the fight against cyber crimes? So the level of crime will exist as long as it exists in that field. When there is there must be developed the base for the electronic evidence, and the draft law 410044 will be further on developed. I have finished my speech. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Pavlovich. I would like to reply when on the KSZI. I hope that specialists who are here from the state service of the communication, from the public sector, they will talk about this in more detail. But I would like to already mention, if there is the complex system of data protection for some system, but then they prepare some app to it, and this system of protection information will not be responsible for its functioning. I'm now granting the word to Konstantin Korsun, who is going to deliver his speech. And dear Konstantin, are you ready to present your presentation? Yes, can you see it? We can see you, but we don't see the presentation yet.
Okay. Do you know how actually to bring the presentation? Okay, you have it on your screen somewhere. You need to push a button or something. You need to see everything on the interface. Good. Okay. We don't see our presentation, unfortunately, so you need to update your skill, please. Okay, some people do see it and some people don't. So, okay. Okay. I have it there. It takes the whole screen on my. Okay. So let's do it. I turn the timer on. I have 20 minutes. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Konstantin Korsun. I'm an expert in cybersecurity. So, I'm a member of the civic organization of informational security. Well, yes, this is true, but let's start. What I actually wanted to present to you today, dear colleagues, now, so let's start with lessons. Cyber lessons of our country. We'll remember the events, the Russian-Ukrainian cyber war in 2014, 2018, active phase at least. So we had this intervention in the CEC network, intrusion in CEC network in May 2014. We had a presidential election. Then something's wrong with the presentation. Yeah, okay. Okay, something's loading, and okay, something's loading. Okay, let's say I showed it. So one slide somehow cannot be presented. The fourth one, you know perfectly what lessons we've learned, and $10 billion of damage we have due to that attack. And something's wrong again with this. It's quite difficult. Okay, so one by one. Okay. This is something that your computer does, so we cannot influence the sound as well. Please be careful with your microphones. So I will try to work with what I had. So we had this attack at regional energy station. Like this was super event for all people. So in Ivano-Frankivsk for 6 hours, we had no electricity at the power station due to the cyber attack. The whole region was without electricity, like for 6 hours now. And I will not actually repeat it, but 1/3 of Ukraine's economy suffered from it. So, roughly speaking, and we had telebots, bad rabbits, and all that stuff. Green energy, black energy. So, we have had this wide spectrum of cyber war tools, and almost all of us were witnesses to that process. So, okay. I have problems with loading, so sorry if that somehow bothers my speech. Good. Okay, I'll take maybe the second display for that because I need somehow to deal with it. Please, this is what I wanted to say. Yes. Finally, this war, Russian-Ukrainian cyber war, was observed by the whole world because this was something unprecedented. This is something really, really unbelievable. Nothing ever happened in the world after 2014. It was unique in the similar reality, similar war reality. Ukrainian army has become, our armed forces have become one of the most efficient armed forces in Ukraine in history. And 2014, 15, 16, 18, they've been advancing. And the same happened with the cyber security because we have this very unique experience, the warfare, cyber warfare. So please take a closer look. For us to evaluate the arguments, I actually break everything that we had into two parts: volunteers initiatives and something that the state did, state power bodies did. So concerning the volunteer initiatives, something it slows me down a little bit. Volunteer initiatives I'll just take another display. Ukrainian Cyber Alliance. Ukrainian Cyber Alliance is an informal association of, let's say, 4 hackers group. Local Flames, Trinity, Page, and Cyber Junta. Yeah, like call it. And they did a lot. They actually are very proactive, and quite often they proactively counteract Russian cyber aggression. And they publish their responsibilities, their scope of competence. They actually break a lot of resources, hack a lot of these in Russian resources, of course, and propaganda. They're fighting propaganda, Russian propaganda. So they actually work with leakages from emails to very prominent Russian politicians. They also work with others and so on. Inform Infolink. So we all know about this, and we know that this is also a volunteers organization. Non-profit analytical platform. So these were launched, these were founded in 2014, and they deal mostly investigations. They analyze information from open sources, like Billingcat, responsible for investigation of MH17 tragedy, and they actually used materials that Informational collected as well. Very powerful and efficient non-profit volunteer organization that works exclusively with open data, with open sources. FRD, initiated from the Ukrainian Cyber Alliance, and I mentioned a couple times this initiative 3 or 4 times at different cyber conferences, and I told a lot about it in details. FRD, it was a flash mob of patriotic hackers, let's say, who actually were revealing the facts of full lack of cyber protection of the objects of critical infrastructure and safeguard bodies. And the aim was actually to improve the situation, to advance the security by actually drawing public attention to it, and somehow to bring this to the society. It was all legal. And the previous government, let's say, they supported, and they supported this initiative. They understood that it looked a little bit more radical than it should be, but it definitely brings a positive message and positive movement. And we really need, they worked for the improvement of the cybersecurity of state. Unfortunately, I cannot say this about the government, but okay. Talk about this later. What the state did, let's come to the second block. So I'm loading the picture, and I just want to say that we talk about the cyber centers. Had a couple of state cyber centers, and they were not particularly functional. And now we have more and more of these cyber centers, and every half year or every year we actually get information that another cyber center is launched. The number of cyber centers is not actually shaping the quality. So quantity is not transformed into quality. So, unfortunately, you cannot see the picture. So on the cybersecurity regulation, what are the laws? I'm not telling. I'm just talking about all the events that we had in the cyber community starting from 2014. Right now, we have a law in on the basics of the regulation of in the cybersecurity area. I think this is even a state when it comes to ensuring cybersecurity, it doesn't work. This law tells that we have 6+1 of subjects ensuring cybersecurity. It's still just a piece of paper, but it is a requirement for our Western partners actually to have a law where we have the word cyber, and it's like how to regulate cybersecurity issues. This is just anyway. At least something is done, and at least it. Well, it doesn't work. This law on cybersecurity basically does not work currently. But there was an attempt twice to put on the law 6688 this year. It's smaller. If somebody does not know about that, I'll remind you that this law obliges providers to install the equipment to ensure surveillance over the listeners, and almost limitless authorities for law enforcement are provided. District inspectors, judges, security service, prosecution. People consider that chairs actually trace anything and control any person in the country. So right now in the law, they are working. The basic provisions you can see in the draft law 4004. Cyber communities, they actually don't agree with the draft law, unfortunately. So this is what state did. Okay. A blockage. 688 draft law. It obliged, stipulated that had this blockage of resources without sanctions of the court. So today, courts in Ukraine still, within a year or two, they're absurd decisions, illogical and grounded. So they make decisions on blockage more than 100 resources, multi-million block platforms like Enigma. We cannot explain it to a person who used to think critically, actually. So many of you do know that we have a vice minister in November 2019. He claimed in one of his interviews that cybersecurity is a little bit overestimated, exaggerated. It has become a joke already, and we have one of these jokes on the internet. This is how I still respond to experts. This is how I react to it. Fortunately, this is what we have within the last year. So it was not just a mistake. Truly, they do think like this. Their opinion, and this is a tragedy, truly. Yeah, and the relevant digital services. Well, in my opinion, this is a very bad example. A very good idea is achieved, is implemented with lousy methods, and when we present this application and portal and digital services, we fully ignore professional opinion of the experts on cybersecurity.
And this class projects, they have to be seriously protected, and moreover, it must be explained to all the users and proven that it's safe, not just in words, but with certain actions and evidence, which is not in place so far. That's why me and most of my colleagues from the industry of cybersecurity, we think that the idea and the safety of certain services is not proved, not proven. And the sad case, yes, I see you, Sasha, raising your hand. Odessa airport is a negative consequence of how today's authority is treating the activity of the Ukrainian Cybersecurity Alliance and to the cybersecurity. And this is a completely, made up version. And they have proven that there was no cybersecurity in the Odessa airport. That's why the criminal case was violated, not against the criminals who used this vulnerability, but those who publicly dwelled on it. And while the management of Odessa airport was not publicly telling about it to cyber police, everybody knew, everyone was informed, but they all said, what can we do about it? And at the end, the searches were made of the activists of the alliance who raised this problem, and after this, any volunteer activity was completely abolished by many public activists who were shown this was going to happen if you will play very smart. So you are that smart, then we will teach you a lesson. This gentleman in 2015, the interior security of the security service of Ukraine, he was detained during the searches, and it was even published this photograph in Facebook, and now this gentleman is the head of the state service of the communication. So it's one of the bodies that has the most of the tasks on the cybersecurity of the state. So while such people are conducting management of such agencies, there will be no window for the trust to the state. I don't even want to memorize his last name. Another thing, the person with the zero experience is the head of the profile department of the security service of Ukraine, having zero experience. So what are we talking about then? From the moment the law of Ukraine on the main ideas of the cybersecurity, no changes has been taken, even though everyone is admitting that things are wrong. But the members of the parliament are telling us that the work isn't going, there are certain complications. So Verkhovna Rada is working on it for over a year, and they're still telling us that we are working, we are developing, but nothing changes. And I can assure you that it won't change. And of course, millions of dollars and euro of international aid was spent on nothing, because it was just dispersed, per pockets. And we see that the situation remains the same. It hasn't changed. No positive changes I observe. As for conclusions, the lessons were not learned, as I'm convinced. The state of the critical infrastructure remains the same as it was in 2014, and the state and private partnership that in the offices officials were discussing is not in place. The way that it's named like that is not like that, because partnership is about the equality of the parties. In Ukrainian institutions that are important in the questions of cybersecurity, and mainly because they do not have their own specialists, and the voice of the cyber community remains unheard. So this is just a playful photograph. It says if we ignore it, maybe it can disappear. That's what the moods, these are the moods in the professional cyber society. So everybody is still deciding for oneself, and no ground for being optimistic. test for me because I have developed 3 different concepts and presented them to different level of officials, state officials, and I have communicated with the foreign diplomats and with the representatives of different embassies, and I offer different solutions that we have created with a specialist of the cybersecurity, but nothing is changing. So I so far see, I think that we are not heard. We're still not heard, and nothing is happening, and we can't do it ourselves. So my optimism looks like this, and you can see the picture, and there is a reason for that. That's why my conclusion is very pessimistic. Unfortunately, in the nearest future, positive changes will not be observed, although lately we had the information about USAID, the American governmental fund giving 38 million for the development of the, that infrastructure, but still the Minister of Digital Transformation were defined as the main beneficiary. And so the attention cybersecurity thank you for such wide and broad, as you mentioned, that you have covered all the issues, all the questions, but I would like to say to all those present and offer the following approach. If you want to add something on the first question, then you can raise your hand. And if not, then we'll move to the second question, critical infrastructure. Which changes are to be expected? And here we see several speakers for this direction, for this topic. So please, I would like to give floor to Alexei Semenyaka, technical representative, the technical director. Can you hear me now? So one more time, good day. Using this opportunity, I would like to add to the previous topic, the problem of cybersecurity lies in this thing being very multifaceted and very complicated. That's why people who are not in this for a long time, they can consider that there are some magic wounds, that you can have to create the center of the standards, or that you can create some cool product and things will be fine. But it's not like that in reality, because it's the multifaceted notion, not only from the side of the protection, but also from the side of the attack and those who are the attackers. So those are very creative people, the attackers. They're not following any methodologies or rules of the game. It's not chess play. Here you are to be prepared for a rather, many-sided and basic principle of one of the first principles, which are described in the training course on the cybersecurity. It means if the first level of protection is broken, the second, so the entire system can be hacked very slowly. But if there are several layers, that brings the big complication to this kind of system. So this complication leads to the simple implementation is not possible. It's a very difficult, multifaceted, thorough process that is to be organized and is to be continuous. And that it says that security is not the state of security, it's a process. The safety is not the process of security, it's a process. Unfortunately, that notion lacks very often, and many people then see those problems that were mentioned by the previous speaker. Now I will switch to my topic. I would like to speak about certain problems which are with the approach that is used to assess the systems of critical infrastructure, elements or components of the critical infrastructure. And these problems exist not only in Ukraine, it's a global phenomenon. Before covering the essence, let's recall another point or item from that very book on the cybersecurity, manual on cybersecurity, how to assess and how to compare risks and which criteria are used. If we are creating the model of growth, and we have to unite risks there, how do they be compared? I understand that many of you can answer that question right away, but I'm sure that there are also people among the audience who are not aware of that. So I'm telling that to them. You are to introduce a synthetic matrix to do that, which can be easily calculated. We take the mass indicator, the mass of the risk in case it is implemented, which means how many systems or people that it can touch. And we multiply the consequences, the impact. So how serious it can, how serious the impact is going to be. For example, the Saturn, if, for example, one of the shells comes on Earth and hits the Ministry of Ukraine, then it's a small mass. So if it's just something that hits one person, but impact of this story is big. On the other side, if the half of the citizens of Ukraine have some pain in the finger or in the toe, then the impact is small because it's just a toe, but a big level of mass impact. Then we multiply these two parameters that are calculated this way, and we get the matrix that will help us compare different risks. And the same approach applies to assessment when we make the classification in the part of the critical infrastructure. Another thing that is worth mentioning, term-wise speaking, I'm sure that most of you remember, but I will remind you. There is such a thing as the paradox of a case. For example, we have, it's just one stone. But if there is a pile of stones, and we see that it's a pile, then we start playing the game. We take one stone and add another stone. And is it already a pile? No. Then we will add one more stone. Is it already a pile? No. And we know that in the beginning it's not a pile, but in the end it becomes one. So there is a certain mode we can say that it's not a pile, but adding one more stone, it becomes a pile.
So actually, we don't have more. Of course, and this, let's say, story is called a paradox of pile. So it goes from that. So this is the implementation of the model. Pile is actually a model that we see something. When the model works perfectly in implementation area or functional area or elsewhere, in the middle it may work really. So this is what we see, yes? And when we come to the current methodology, structure, functioning, now this classification, an object or element is an element of critical infrastructure or not, okay? And let's extrapolate. Think about your work or life. Okay, so you tell. Okay, fridge is the element of critical infrastructure. Wardrobe is not. It's not critical, so we can throw it away, and I will never notice that. Okay, let's imagine an whole thing. Share everything in black and white. Categories like this are critically important. I will never forget about something. The other things like, okay, it disappears. It makes you laugh. When we talk about complicated systems, comprehensive systems, we somehow try to start using this approach, have this black and white classification. And this classification works poorly in the middle, file. So if we have, let's say, nuclear power station, okay? It's an element of critical infrastructure. Yeah. The object of critical infrastructure, I'm sorry, and no doubt, okay, it's really a road. It comes to this approach, this nuclear power station. Is it an element or not? Object of critical infrastructure. The company which is maintaining the power station, do we need to regulate it under critical function, under critical infrastructure? Like, okay, I can find a lot of examples in telecom. These are more specific, so I think it's something simple. Yes, something obvious. So these occurrences in the middle, quite hard to classify. Very expensive mistakes, I can say. If we do make a mistake with classification, if we classify something as critical and it's not, it will have consequences. And very hard to methodology, very hard methodology. That's why in Ukraine we pick this methodology, and many states use it. Like, okay, we have the economic ministers, and they will tell us what is critical and what is not. So they use this instructive. And this is the first systemic problem in this case. Second is we go back to risk assessment, okay? And when we multiply the accident points, so we understand that mass spread, mass dissemination may somehow be related to commercial. It's really for the government hard to cross the line. Like Google, is it an element of critical infrastructure or not? If Google is broken today and Amazon falls down and whatever, so where we have all these objects and where we have different services that others are dependent on. So actually here we start red lines, getting these red lines, where it appears that some critical infrastructure nodes, they do depend on other elements which are not considered to be critical, but still, due to the fact they are really valuable in the market, not necessarily Google. Okay, we may have we did not have this episode of 20% of people are in a bad small impact, but the coverage. Okay, so this episode of the soap opera must be there in the critical. Like, it sounds like a joke. But if we use the basic approach, so if it's jokes, we may have these as pretty well concealed. What these problems arise from it? What are the consequences? So, where does this come from? Actually, this is the heritage of black and white approach. Critical or non-critical, here and there. Left side. So, the critical infrastructure is not just giving a title like saying that this is critical, this is not. and we will call it. It has a consequence when it comes to regulation. Firstly, from the state, and the regulation is followed by responsibility. Responsibility, and this is a multidimensional issue. There are a lot of factors that do affect the function of the organization and employees, activities, organization processes, whatever. It did not happen intentional. It was not an intention. State power, once they realized that they had some really critical things, very different things, there are some elements that for example, life and health of people do depend on these elements and how they function. Not one state, but states, countries found out that these elements are thing, and they have uncovered heads and themselves on the internet. So they're just rotating openly in the internet. So the technology is being designed on the way. So urgently, they try to design something work with this critical and non-critical. That's how we understand the state. So I don't want to say that the state always does something that really, as a state itself, is a slow entity, slow moving big entity. If something is done by state power bodies, it will be changed slowly. This is how it is. It's not work like that. Like countering some negative events that we have. If we need to change something technically, states are right now in the trap of this decision. They are trapped by themselves. Where does the trap lead to? It leads to two things. So the regulation may become very strict, very harsh. Over-regulation may have it. Like, forbid everything that we do not directly allow. So systems which may not function properly, commercial systems and processes of interaction, and so on. From these requirements, then we start having these paper tigers mentioned. These appear there when it comes to the result where everything for the paper, not for that. It all has this perfect facade just to get the paper. Nothing is actually just need paper. In the security theory, not the cybersecurity theory, we have this illusion of fake safety. Yes, we have this concept. It seems like everything's okay, but it's not okay, and everything is destroyed. And if there is a real threat, that's it. Nothing works then, and this is a tragedy. So, respectively, yes, we need to relax a little bit. We have one regulation for all, approach, and we start. We was speaking about the militarized elements, where the approach is a little bit relaxed, where everything is allowed that is not forbidden. They start actually having damage there, and this systemic methodological problem is something that should be find a solution. We do not need to have two classifications. I don't actually. We need to rate it. Okay, so critical infrastructure, essential infrastructure, basic infrastructure, and non-classified infrastructure, for example. We have 4 levels. We can evenly distribute it somehow, yes? Okay, like the national security or military bloc, or quite often it's critical, right? What this is essential, and we may consciously actually intentionally set these 4 levels. And consequences of this mistake, if we have 2 levels and 4 levels, the mistake is not at the start. So make different regulations for each of the 4 levels, so we solve the problem. This wrong application of regulation where it simply doesn't work, but we need to be brave anyway. And I presented this approach elsewhere in international platforms like WC, UN event, annual event. Always. I've never seen a person who told me like, oh, it's like shit, it won't work. So everyone says this is really a great idea, this is a big initiative. And no one still took this courage. No one is brave enough to promote this because it's promoted officially at the top level, at the state level, interstate level. That all starts working. Okay, we have some precautions. We have some like ideas or second guessing, like, okay, people will never listen to me. I will be punished with my initiative and so on. So the solution still stays more theoretical, still more theory, and I don't think that it will actually change in the following years. So still, the first part is important with all the problems. At least, I want these problems to be brought to the surface. Keep them on the agenda. Keep it there. Maybe someday, it will happen so that the approach will be revised, replaced with some more flexible, adequate reality. Let's say. Okay, so I think the my part is actually over right now. Thank you so much. I'm ready to answer your questions now, or you can always get me through my email. I'm always available, and you can just write me directly, and I'll be there. I can see. It was still a very section, and then in the end of the section, I announced it already on YouTube. I announced it on Facebook. On the page of broadcast, stream. So we'll the questions, and we'll try to answer. So for the scenario that you actually good, so high that state cannot change the approach so quick and fast. If we do it quickly, this will be something like so we even didn't start with one way and start moving the other way. So we cannot just have like in general and file and state functional approaches. Everything should be really balanced. How the state will actually make these justified decisions. We have incentives on the body, which forms the state policy. We have state special communication and critical infrastructure will have okay, so the head of state communication. Role of state bodies. Okay, I'm sorry. I would like to first provide the critical infrastructure information to illustrate and then maybe I will add something. Okay, if you don't want to benefit, just one. All other people, please turn your mics off because we have quite a lousy sound right now. Okay.
So can I speak now? And thank you all. So I hope you can hear me well. I will switch to Russian because I would like to save up time and I can express myself better. Thank you, Alexander, for your speech and for confirming those results and those ideas or thoughts that were formulated during the scientific and research work of the infrastructure. The I was actually the scientific manager of it, and our group was researching the assessment of the criticality of the objects of infrastructure. So which, objects are to be referred to which category of the criticality. I really loved your idea on the gradation, and I completely agree with it. I would like to also describe several results of the scientific research in the brief speech. These results of research, they served the basis for the methodology that has been approved by the provision of the cabinet ministers of Ukraine, even which I was going to dwell on. Thanks to Alexei, he made such a good introductory word, and it was a very good example on this level. On that example on the fridge and case, and then the example what would happen if somebody will actually repair that fridge, because the dependency of the objects of the critical infrastructure, when Alexei will give this fridge into the servicing company that is going to repair it. But if we will scale it up on the level of the state, then lots of such issues will also come up. So I would like to say thank you to Ivan. Really, indeed, in the state, not only in Ukraine, but in different states, there's kind of inertia, and it has to be this way, not because the state is bad or doesn't understand clearly, but because these matters are to be exercised step by step. So what are the main moments that Alexei has confirmed, but which serve the basis into the approach that we apply now? First, having analyzed the general international practice of the primary approach to the assessment of the objects of critical infrastructure, we have adopted and decided that the approach must be to in order to actually delineate all of these objects of the critical infrastructure, in the first stage, you have to define those objects which provide the life important functions for the population. So I will name them as services, life important services. So these are the objects that do not depend upon the forms of property or do not depend upon any other factors, but they are life important for the population, so for the entire population, not for the state, but for the entire society. This approach is fixed by the indicative lists in the EU, Canada, USA, where the certain spheres of infrastructure are defined, and somehow there must be the list of these life important services defined or separated, and the sphere of the infrastructure of the state is providing these services for the populations. And I agree with Alexei, but these services differ from the others due to its mass nature. So the first principle is outlining the life important services and fixing them to certain spheres or areas or fields, and then defining the enterprises or objects that are providing these services. This first stage is envisaged somewhere in the law, somewhere on the decrees of the government, somewhere in the resolutions of the parliament or the ministries that are responsible for this classification. Sometimes this list is changing, and it is also dependent upon the list of the Euro Commission, and each state can maybe revise it due to some factors when this function or this area is of importance to the state. Second principle. In order to define whether the object is critical or non-critical, the reason according to which you can decide that can be when you define which negative consequences can be observed when these life important services cannot be provided. So here, Alexei, you were right that the general model of risk assessment is functioning, but on this scale, to do the risk assessment can be hard. That's why here most appropriate the model is the part of the model of the risk assessment. So the further assessment is presupposed with like the level of probability of a certain event that can lead to the violation or to the situation where these services cannot be very provided. But it has to be based on the pessimistic approach, because for example, something happened and it doesn't matter which is the level of probability of it, that we'll discuss later, but we are to consider the the following approach: which consequences will be observed if this happens. So it has to be like a scenario according to which we can assess the criticality of the object or the facility, not level of protection, not level of safety, but the criticality. So one more time, I would like to emphasize, dear colleagues, that the scenario approach, what are the negative consequences if intervention or the situation when these services cannot be provided, and it doesn't matter why it happened. That's what has to be evaluated. Then secondly, now third thing, really, as for regulation and gradation, I like to say your expression that regulation for all is not really a successful principle, not only in the area of criticality assessment, but also in the other spheres, and we have to move away from that principle. Here you switch to gradation. Indeed, in the methodology that is suggested at the moment, there is gradation. Analysis that we have conducted when studying the approaches of different countries, there are two approaches. In fact, the first approach is to divide all the objects, critical, not critical, to give a class of critical or not critical. And second is to do gradation. You can argue a lot on which approach is best, but there are certain factors, when there are countries that, like countries where their population is small, where the infrastructure is not this big, maybe the principle to divide into two classes of critical or non-critical can be a good idea. But when we speak about big countries with big geographical dimensions, when the scaling up is possible of different negative consequences, and when there's a big population, the approach of gradation is most preferable. How many levels of gradation do we need? The theory of the system analysis gives answer to it. Lots of different works of Tkachenko, Magorov, 7 plus minus 2 on the analysis of the logical units by a person. 5 plus minus 2. So from 3 to 7 categories. If there are more than 7 categories, then the categorization becomes difficult. So within these limits, the categories are to be selected. In our methodology that we offer now, there are 4 categories, and apart from that, these categories they are actually advised not only by us, but also by other very reliable institutions. And for example, we can call them non-classified. The 4th categories. So indeed, we will have deregulation on gradation. Next question we are to ask: what criteria, rules, according to which we will refer the object of this or that category? And here are even more options used all over the world, since no formal formula or method and is not going to exist even in the nearest future, because the assessment takes place in big conditions of unknown. So there has to be the known program systemic analysis and quality and quantity assessment of certain objects according to a certain list or composition of criteria and indicators. In our studies, we have analyzed different approach. and they can be classified the following way. Mainly, they're based on conducting assessment by the group of experts according to indicators that take into account first the scale, geographical scale, or the possible consequences scale. Next is the mass nature. So the mass means the population, the number of people involved. Second scale, it can be potential economic scale, so losses of GDP from local to state budgets. And the framework, next framework is the time framework. So how long can these consequences be in effect, and how long will they have its impact on the corresponding geographical and mass frames? So these are the components, therefore, and the timeline. One of the options in the Baltic states and or EU, they have a threshold approach. So they do they give a certain score to the object, and that's how they define it. So if you go over the threshold, they are critical. If you are lower than the threshold or go below the threshold, then you're not critical. It can also be viewed from the view of planning and regulation of this threshold, making forecasts on the objects, ranging these objects, range these objects and define them, and to work with this assessment. Another approach, since gradation has only we have a 4 type, then this approach is not good for us. But then we have selected the score approach, which we spread according to the scale. So the experts assess on the methodology, on indicators. We can read it in the resolution, the level of criticality. And this assessment is made by applying the method of selection of the scenario or option that is already offered, which is to be approximated by the experts on their particular object, including some sectoral maybe limits. And then the object gets a number of scores. The general number of scores according to the formula is approximated to the indicator, and then on the scale, the 4 gradations are defined: the first, the second, third, and fourth. This scale right now is approximate because we do not have the feedback of assessment to make a more adapted maybe scale that will be based on formula, not just additive, but take into account weight indicators. Because to define them, we have to receive the experimental data. So there is we suppose that there is a certain periodicity of amendments to this methodology to assess the criticality of the object. Another thing or principle that we have, that all of the indicators are divided into 2 groups, the sectoral and intersectoral. This is a general approach in many countries, is being used. Sectoral indicator characterizes the nature of the consequences peculiar to this particular sector. So they take into account the specifics of the services. For example, if we take the oil and gas sector, it has its specifics. Transport sector has its own specifics. That's why this sectoral criterion is introduced, but they're also intersectoral.
We also have the sectoral criteria for certain groups, and Arina will tell you a little more about this. So I'd like briefly to conclude currently, in my opinion. Thanks for. I'm just sending my chat. So we definitely managed, my organization definitely managed to perform this analysis, carry this analysis to compare the methodology of different states, analyze it, prepare the scientific reports, methodology already published, methodology were tested at different conferences, and we have some feedback from international experts as well. When we publish the methodology papers, scopes, and these journals, and it's not generally proven that informative actually start assessing the object point of view of the methodological approach that we have. So I think this is quite a more adequate. Well, each of those aspects approach and that result it's possible for us to electrolyte in order to find system and verify it. They have a group working on that, whole group. So also involved. I'm sorry, but yeah, you apologize for taking the time. Concerning, well, basically that's it. Like actually draft bylaws take actually start. I, tell us who you are. Administrative special line to on the basic 29 of critical. Unfortunately, this department we did not actually clarify the list of this. We tried to check to the survey and enterprises to cover. Well, we wanted to know how successfully they meet the requirements on cybersecurity. Well, unfortunately, the connection is. Yes, yes, we can get the connection. The internet access problems with yeah. Like uh, internet so program is beyond our, let's say, um, all will a fridge, like Mr. Semenyak got his fridge. Be very careful. Bounding are I can't. In fact, the article. So I just have an example. Who shows Russia, China, and will not much will not verbal. Now she's actually under. No mind. Shift and the now or to the following. So you get question of cities of safeguard bodies and safety deciding partnership with private sector. So Volodymyr, you're highly welcome. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. On behalf of our Chamber of Trade and Commerce, I'd like to express my gratitude to IGF for that. And I told you that new challenge, new problems need of trust. So cooperation will business together. So somebody must be trained well. For this shared now, I remember we had different different trends and how it developed. We have so many publications already. Two American astrology the development with a huge amount of it was really hard to forecast threats. And I also remember that we had this Klaus Schwab, a famous economist, and he actually defined the key trends of development. Formula of 5P, the 5P formula, everything's there: innovation, information, intellectual property, investment, infrastructure. But there was no cybersecurity. The importance of cybersecurity, a couple years ago, that is. Communication is necessary when it manages dollars. Data A, remember this cyber attack. Another Ukrainian business suffered commerce. So we joined more than 10,000 representatives of the economy sector, and we have loads of applications for Hostmaster and remember. We have this panic for PowerPoint. No active response to what's happening. What then our chamber decided to launch for 8 hours, remember, for experts of the basic business. They actually try to provide answers to very hard questions. So we were not trying to do massive attacks to the field. Still, we have to say it's still low, very low. And the level of public awareness on these threats is as low. Remember to study the experience, and today I would like to discuss some of the issues that we tested within these 3 years. The month of cybersecurity. On the words must be destroyed. I think that in the state that is consolidated effort there. Cybersecurity month. U.S. launched their cybersecurity month in 2012. European states in October, government, business, civil society. They actually launched a cybersecurity month, and we also launched Ukraine for the 3rd time. The first main task that we general awareness of cybersecurity, literacy, enhancing skills for maintaining digital culture and how to behave safely in areas. So these were discussed with this local provisions and tools necessary for safe use of all the opportunities in the digital area and safe use of internet, social media, and safe behavior in the network. So maintaining the public enhancing the role of society in ensuring security. Also, understanding that employees are not. The employee should also be the part of the protection system. There's also very is interest to the cyber area threats, critical solutions of mass protection, EPP also the area of cyber. In fact, for 3 years we managed to join the efforts of civic society, government, and the business. Not only the of it was really interesting to see how the information was placed on the sites of automated. They did it on their own. It was their own initiative. Actually, we offer socialization, of potential while to raise status and evolve opportunities. BPP.
Symbolically, that we have established a second public initiative that is called the Day of Cybersecurity in the higher educational establishments, and we have started it last year in the National Institute of S.Tkachenko at the Department of Cybersecurity, and this year all the educational establishments have joined to prepare on the profile cybersecurity, and then we have launched a kind of cyber marathon when the managers of the institute establishments told about cybersecurity, and then the leading stakeholders demonstrated the best practices for the youth. And during 2 hours and a half, 3,500 participants joined us, and it was usually mostly students. That's why the following year we plan to conduct such all-national event, because it seems to us that many know about the problem that we have vulnerabilities, but maybe not enough people are aware of the vulnerabilities. That's we have to do this wide promotion on the general, national security situation, and also speaking about the secure safety in the digital environment or the skills of digital business. We speak about small and medium businesses. I would like to suggest the experience of the trade and industrial chamber. We have our educational center that holds training on cyber hygiene and cyber resilience with representatives of small and medium business and for the state bodies. The participation in this training is done by the leading companies like Tengas. There are specialists who go there together with representatives of the center, state special communication, and we have the memorandum on cooperation. And let's think about the possibility of piloting the project on the existing cyber incident together with the National Coordination Center of the Securities and Defense Council. And also we shall offer the project with the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce that will at the end have more than 10,000 members. This will be the first experience of such monitoring and promotion. And also in our initiatives, a big attention is given to children apart from students. The Chamber of Trade and Commerce suggested a very interesting experience for doing the parents' gatherings and workshops for teachers. The first digital trainers have conducted training of more than 5,000 teachers. I would like to share another interesting initiative that we have implemented together with the National University Kyiv Polytechnic Institute. That is the development of the special course on cyber hygiene for children. Students and teachers of the Institute of the Special Communication of Kyiv Polytechnic Institute was developed the course. For 3 years, more than 7,000 of pupils of Kyiv schools have undergone the course of this training. And of course, this practice will proceed. Ministry of Education plans has conducted the national lesson on the safe internet on the 31st of October, because cybersecurity starts with the school, when these things have to be well popularized. To finish, I would like to say that this year the project for children, using the complex of the Ministry of Defense to teach those children who to teach them to act in some emergency situation. I would like to say that we have accumulated a certain experience of interaction, and our principle is the principle the following: if you want to be happy, be happy. If you don't, then you will never be. So each and everyone in their place, like us in the Chamber of Trade and Commerce, the public organizations, associations, business, they all ought to understand that this is our common responsibility and this is our common activity. So I would like to invite you to join our initiatives. And we plan to announce the course for pupils and students in 3 nominations that will participate. Almost all students of Ukraine, pupils of the, of the senior pupils, will be called the best specialist of vulnerabilities of systems and the white hacker, and the best specialist in investigating incidents. In our opinion, such initiatives will allow to talk about a high level of the general awareness and general behavior of culture in the cyberspace. And having this opportunity, I'd like to thank all of our colleagues, and to you, Ivan Mikhalovich and Alexander Fedienko, the representatives of and our partners from the state special communication business, who supports these initiatives and is interested. Thank you, Vadim Adolfovich, for your warm words. But we have now Irina Nechaeva, and we have also the planned speech of Alexander. So what do we do, Alexander Volodymyrovich? I suggest that Irina can finish what she has started, what you started, and then I will join to Vladimir Kolodenko and thank you for your speech, but later. Dear Irina, can you hear us? Please turn on your camera. Yes, we can hear you. If you do not have enough space or lack some channels, then you can deliver without a picture. Yes, you can hear me, right? Yes, but something has interrupted. I will just go back to the normative base that we have developed to fulfill the law and the resolution 518 that was adopted in 2019 on the general requirements to cyber security of the objects of critical infrastructure. Unfortunately, without the list of the objects, it couldn't properly work. And this year, when 2 resolutions were adopted, one of them, 123 as of the 9th of November, on some questions, the list of the objects of critical infrastructure, and another resolution on the question of referring objects to the critical infrastructure that has been already adopted but is still being processed from the point of the editorial amendments. And this resolution means that the normative, the regulatory base for deployment of the system of the cybersecurity objects of critical infrastructure will be created. And the further steps, this resolution about the referring to the objects of critical infrastructure will be launching the mechanism of this referral. And as for the methodology that Alexander Vladimirovich told us about, which was based on the best scientific standards and is compliant with all the requirements of Ukraine and directives of the EU. When this resolution was adopted, the first step, according to us, is to create sectoral lists of these objects of critical infrastructure on the level of the ministries of sectoral regulators. The expert groups will be established, which, according to the methodology, are going to revise their objects, as for which they are exercising their powers, and they will create the lists. They will also they will divide these lists according to the category of criticality and apply to them certain requirements on cyber protection that were defined in the 518 resolution. So this way, a certain normative base is created for deployment of the work of the cybersecurity objects informational infrastructure. Sectoral regulators will include this data to the national list. As for the objects of the critical infrastructure, the national regulator will be defined by the law as the authorized. As for the objects themselves, the national list will be held by the administration of the State Service of the Special Communication and Information Protection. And all this information is defined on those resolutions that are already adopted by the government. And so further steps. As we can see that on the basis of these resolutions, the further actions will take place. Like there will be the resolution of cybersecurity or cyber protection that will contain the profiles of protection, and application of which will simplify the procedure of cybersecurity on the objects of the critical infrastructure according to their category. As for the more general state meaning, in our agenda, there's the revision of the state of cybersecurity objects of critical infrastructure and state of protection of state informational resources. I am convinced that this resolution will be signed very soon in the government, which will enable us to conduct an audit of the systems from the point of view of their safety and cyber protection. This will enable, again, to pay detailed attention to those objects that require the implementation of additional measures. Among those measures that were already exercised by us or implemented by us on its applicability, right of the applicability, we have conducted or organized the self-inspection of the state of fulfillment of the general requirements of cyber protection, and the results or findings that we have received testifies that absence of the list of the objects of critical infrastructure doesn't allow the enterprises to fully assess their criticality and to fully implement cyber protection measures. That's why in the framework of the inspection, we will organize the self-assessment. The resolution on the audit is going to be adopted of informational cybersecurity and obtaining data from other sources, including sectoral regulators data, which is the main source, which are to organize the events on cyber protection of their own objects of critical infrastructure. So that's in brief. If there are any questions, I can answer in more detail. Okay, thank you. Thank you, dear Irina. I hope that now we'll hear Alexander Volodymyrovich. Let's listen to him what he is going to tell us, and if we can guess whose fridge it is. I will use the terminology offered by Alexei Semenyaka. Whose fridge? And I think it will get to the critical objects of the list of the critical objects infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And okay, I'm so sorry. Actually, yeah, I'm sorry for yeah. Okay. Concerning which object? Intelligence of such random is such that specific object critical structure referred by certain question an authorized body and like ministries their own and they will decide their audit objects for responsibility regardless of property whether it provides the system will element of law. And the specific stage of, let's say, processing, analyzing, testing, you have this practice to rely on such legislation, and then we'll have it. Okay. So I want to say the process, this process launched in cycle early, and on and external security, economy, development, and responsibilities in the area, government may cancel something that areas are changing. I want to make changes in the flexible. So the number of objects, like objects, for instance, everybody must go into a certain national list, and they have more attention. Cyber security or protection. The object of first categories are violence and information protection. Will have requirements there. So if this object provides critical services for people responsible for, if it can put any measures taken to protect it. Of course, standards, legislative acts, and area is regulation, not for everyone. One unified standard, one unified procedure. No. Right now, we are methodological model when these objects are process critical information. Standards, to have some methodological framework. We're working on this. I'm sorry, but to do here now. And this methodology to secure our objects and give confidentiality breached. I'm sorry, but we have background. Someone's talking. This is we need to turn up the card talk very well. Just on that analysis that use those things how the national list of objects of right body. I don't know who will be doing this. Actual list. We'll have a list of information for this list. Certain categories will have and which ensures or continuous functioning. Critically important. And on the first category, it has effect as well as the first category, and we start thinking about measures, information on cybersecurity measures. So, it's kind of comes to determine what we find actually the list. When we consider provision of service, we did not actually calculate the risk. So it's specific more during the risks to have better solutions. Critical. We have super protected system of government. Still critical. So it's imperative to visit certain vital services, even if we actually provide extra support. This will be in the first category. We'll go to another category. When it stops providing vital services. So if it stops, it's not critical. So first stage, find category, analyze risk, operational fire safety, protection, you have then check the object. So yes, critical in a certain category. I determine some basic something at the stage of category determination, risk assessment. I think we'll have opportunity. Risk assessment analysis is a very complicated task, and it actually is quite an expensive thing. So, let's just try to answer your question. I think just a general table where we will discuss these issues at a personal level and well, if you do have any questions after this part, so yes, we will have a lot of questions. I can see that you are asking these, and we need to work that, make decisions like who and so on, because truly procedural issue. Procedural questions will be it will require solutions. So we need to improve the procedure. And if an object state like this Antonenko will act. Will you have a presentation? Do you get me well? Hi to everyone. So, informatics publication more than 20 years. First, it existed as ideal law, publications by the experts, people who really wanted to get their PhDs and their business, but then certain changes we had, and after my Maidan, where I was in the of the joint division together with Tkachenko itself, who is responsible for IT systems in parliament, the FLI, and they decided not to set up organization and change the format of the and we're not to easier to comprehend the audience. That's we combined something informative and information. So, in consideration of the last we had, we are the top 5 publications, and we already apologized for our actions because perhaps to forgive us. If we had this announcement that she feels so for doing that. And we'll see whether it will be bad in the future or not. So let's talk about the DIA application. So we monitored the processes which we had internal processes and also the electronic governance, certain bottlenecks, violations. So, and I think the past will definitely come to door. And I think we'll actually still monitor the process and present it. And DIA, if we have an advert, when we started having this hype of DIA and about any kind of instruction, just like as volunteers started developing something, there was a question about DIA. What is that? So what did people choose what they were deciding? How the technology to influence or something like that. And elements of digitalization actually shows it.
And a certain number of publications. And now the electronic service can record. So, for example, there's a database in Verkhovna Rada that refer to that was published, and we published the law of Verkhovna Rada on the website, and we can call it the new electronic form. And then started for the first time launching DIA on the smartphones, and then there was the question of the whether this app was protected. And again, there were different, tasks, how the data is processed, where are they saved? Because if you open, for example, the numbers that define the order of processing of the data protection, then it clearly says that DIA and passport and the name and last name, it can all be seen. So everybody knew that this complex system of data protection wasn't in place. And frankly speaking, from my side, the journalists wanted to see what it is, how is it constructed, what is DIA, is it a portal or is it a mobile app? And we wrote a number of requests on its compliance into different institutions, like for example, for the state communication service, and to see the its compliance. And because, you know, the public had a question, is there attestation or certificate? And we have received two contradictory replies. One, the copy of one certificate of compliance was for the app of DIA, and the second reply was that this portal DIA and DIA at home is still being developed. And what is DIA? If we speak about the system, the information system protection, so we wanted to see the technical TORs, because for Pozova there was the agreement between DIA for the development of the technical requirement, but for DIA itself, but for the mobile app. Then, of course, there was a question that the certificate, it's a really good thing, but the next request to get the expert conclusion for the certificate of compliance, and those TOR on the basis of which it was developed. But it has this expert conclusion, as we found out, it was you know, classified, and this data was referred to the date that is only for internal use, that it cannot be disclosed. And here are the most interesting things have started. Then we received the reply. When we know how people are responding to this or that situation, when we received the reply, I just take a look not just at the form itself, but also reading the name of the person who was responsible for it. But the name of the person who has conducted it wasn't mentioned. And then I received a letter or the email on the agreements of the TORs, in which there was no it was just mentioned that it was 18 point something megawatt, and just the agreement, the technical requirements, but there was still not mentioned the name of the performer. And then there were empty pages, and then we have posted it on the Facebook and asked people to take a look what was wrong with that PDF file, why it was not readable. Then we received another email also with PDF file, but it was in small size. But we couldn't open it either, and it said error. So that's how So this is the attitude, right? This is all about attitude. And then we wrote that your files was damaged. So maybe you haven't checked so like don't put it on the Google disk or send a link. So the information that we received last Friday, it's been 5 days, and our letter wasn't replied. No explanations followed, and they said that you will receive the answer to your request within 3 days. But it's just funny, you know, it's ridiculous. We wanted to have the access. We have sent the request on Monday, and they were supposed, you know, we'll see. There's still time till Friday, so we'll see what they will answer. But we have monitored back in 2019. There was some criminal case and we wanted to receive our material. We needed some official documents. To find out who was taking the positions, about their duties. Because if we are not sure that this case cannot be, you know, cleaned, we need to receive the documents, the original documents, to find our answers or to hold the journalistic investigations. But, you know, they started playing this game when we sent the inquiry to obtain some kind of document. They just sent us some PDF file that cannot be open, or it contains some empty pages. So for 9 months, in the agency, the email didn't work where we could send the inquiries because of its a transformation or whatever. Also, in our investigations, we said that we have published our articles on these stories and on the story of the Hromada formation or the community formation. And those, there is also okay, so I would like to also mention that there was the substitution of the documents that they were, or replacement of the documents that were supposed to be delivered. So there is no trust to them or to their actions, or in some questions that can be high profile, so they do not provide information. They can, or they are using the mechanism that they have already have in place. So all their replies are in the public access, and you can check it. We have published them apart from our, not only on our resources, but on Facebook groups that relate to it somehow, and everybody interested can study them and can read it. So, and nobody from the digital ministry has contacted us for 5 days. We think that maybe it was just local elections, and for somebody the information, when the third row said that everything was okay with the system, with the complex system of information protection. That's why they maybe are holding this information back until the elections took place. But we have noticed on the website of the Eastern Europe the technical conditions, and they were without signature. So the tender was to procure these services. It took place in August this year, but we noticed there a full description of the SDIA with all its components, and SDIA includes a number of subsystems and also the subsystem of mobile app of the portal DIA, and also the app of Dia Doma. But of course, when we received the reply from the digital ministry that the complex system of data protection is only being built for Dia, then I don't understand how then this portal Dia can be active. How can it be functioning? How can the certificate or attestation be passed? And how can it be that it's described as the one system, the whole system? The money was allocated for one system, and I understand that maybe there was deadline and they had to launch this DIA, and maybe they have granted their attestation like as fast as possible. So that's the situation with DIA. I don't know what to do with it next, but let's wait, till Friday. We have also monitored. So it's time to are you finishing? Yes, I'm already finishing. But I would like to also talk to everyone. There's an announcement. I would like to talk to everyone. Even if you do not like this or that information, please do not play with your microphones. You are making me as a moderator just to turn off all of you. And apart from that, I can do it, but I can turn off all of those except for the speaker, except for the person who's delivering the speech. These procurement of the state enterprise DIA that were allocated to create DIA, I would like to inform that these numbers in 2020 for the salaries of the employees, it was allocated more than 160 millions and 70 more million to form the state fund. And also we know about $20 million that came on the Eastern Europe, part of which is also allocated to DIA. So as for me, 23 million hryvnia from the budget, the app DIA, it's doubtful.
there will be so many problems actually, and all the potential for the information technologies to actually counter the pandemic. So what we actually have right now, we have this wonderful application here. Why was it used for this questionnaire? Because the audience, the millions of users that we had, it almost corresponds to the audience that actually questioned those five questions from the president. How do we do it for the application? General question or systemic when it comes to security? So if we focus on this topic, from one non-state service, so the code which is used, the application, we cannot actually don't have it. We had these requests so many times. Rivan, if I can actually add this to the forum, the agenda, the forum that we actually, all those questions that we forum later, I think we need to add these cybersecurity issues or some joint services and use some pen tests of the leading companies, not even Ukrainian. Certain conclusions to be made. That's why, in general, the idea is great. And this is really important for us because, due to the situation that we have, we need to simplify the access to any electronic resources and use of any electronic service. But there is the other side of the medal. So, for example, as we saw it within the version of like D, Doma, or Active. So the reverse version is the total control. We will have the total control over what people are doing, over citizens. So the IT community, so the IT specialists and associations, specialized organizations, the organizations that actually were mentioned by the speakers previously, if they don't have the special conclusion, application and its code basically corresponds to all security requirements. ERA, no borders, and cannot be used for direct surveillance, say, control over citizens. Then there is a question. Question arises. I fully agree, Mr. Antonenko, and if we don't have official conclusions on the results, certain tests, and lots of other results that we may get when it comes to DS software, so it creates a threat for the civic society existence and in general for existence of Ukraine as a state, I guess, an entity itself. Maybe not fighting. Maybe we just need to push the architect. Mr. Visco, I mentioned that we need to involve the society, the specialized expert organization, not just the expert ID organizations, but also Federation of Employers and the Union of Industry and Entrepreneurship, just to have the analysis, and to understand what we actually have when we install the DIA. Okay, so how protected it is. This is a critical problem. After the leakage of the data we had, DIA or let's say other external factors or other actions of executive state power bodies. We don't know. But the message, there was a clear message. It was really clear. It definitely affected the application itself. That's why I think we need to involve the civic society. Absolutely, in different areas to analyze the application, whether it actually does not contradict the guarantees rights and freedoms of the person guaranteed by Constitution. And 3 minutes. Okay. I will comment on army and security. Just to finish, what is the question? Concentration. So if we take a closer look at the interview, concentration of state registries creates this vulnerable point of entry, point of access, state enterprise, and it's pretty vulnerable also from the standpoint of those people who may be there in this enterprise with access to more than 200 registries from different power bodies. And DIA actually looks at this as at a market extent. I think we need actually to bring state enterprise DIA to the model where it exists as a regulator and let's say existing above the rules. The companies make that, and actually they did it before. So if you just set special rules, they're arbitrary, yes, and some requirements set to protect the personal rules, the personal data, sorry, then the state enterprise should not actually take the functions of the state sector. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but I used to work in the AP forces. All the armament that we do produce by non-state, but we have some models of access. May actually this is the normal practice. The state should not take something, should not create monopolists. But they need to create platforms in the state where we can exchange data. For informational systems and registries to interact, IT service market to be created. When it comes to cyber protection, this will be a little bit more efficient. So, Mr. Bond, our previous speaker told that Ukrainian army is one of the best in Europe. Well, I'm sorry. This is no exaggeration, I can say. So far, I'd like also to ask a question about cyber security issues for them. No one is doing that. No one takes proper care of the cybersecurity. Something I can see that Mr. Tkachenko is not here in the conference. Yes, maybe. So is he here or not? Okay, just the cyber protection. I asked Mr. Petit this. So currently,
Right. After the review of the products and companies from the products from Russia and the sanctions no withdrawal, Paris has returned, and there are companies which do not refer to the state sector, Paris and LNS. I think that even in the majority of companies which do not refer to the public sector, LNS, 1S is one accountant system, and maybe some transit server from Russian Federation that we update means of which update the systems. So I would like to pay attention to this question, to draw attention to this question. So on the objects of critical infrastructure, I think Ivan had a very good idea. The commercial companies, as Ivan in case O.Baranov, they operate the systems that are necessary for the life of the society, for the society in general. The Ministry of Energy, they have also the Russian software in use right now. So we would like to have a situation when the objects of the critical infrastructure, they would stop using Russian software or the software that just mimicries the Russian one into Ukrainian. And dear Ivan, going back to the topic of the speech one more time, the question of the contract under one enterprise that sees the concentration of two registries in it and its commercialization is a threat for Ukraine. I hope that our vision will be in the direction that both the ministry and the state enterprise is going to function and vote and to stand for the integration of information resources, but not receiving the funds for its stimulation and spending money, wasting money that are allocated to this. Thank you, dear Victor. You have raised very relevant questions. While Alexander is preparing, I will give the possibility to him to make the presentation. I don't know whether he has it, but so far I would like to say that unfortunately, neither a ministry nor the first deputy that I have invited to deliver the speech or agreed to join us. Maybe they had nothing to say, I don't know. We have several more speakers. And as far as I understand, maybe we will borrow some time from the dinner time. So I hope that we will not be turned off from the broadcasting, and we can, you know, just borrow some time from the time allocated to the dinner. So, dear dear Alexander, do you have presentation? Good day. No, there will be no presentation. I will just speak. Okay, so you're welcome. Good day. Today I would like to tell you, please introduce yourself. So, Alexander Galushenko, National Coordination Center of Cybersecurity. Today I would like to cover a topic on the hybrid threats to objects of critical infrastructure, because it's not just cyber threat. Everybody is used to talking about saying that main problems are bad equipment, some gaps and so on. But according to statistics, I shall say, when the attack takes place, then they are using 90% well-known methods and principles of attack, nothing new in there. You just have to show the timely response, timely reaction. But of course, new options of attacks or new ways of attacks, they cost money, and you know, it's costly. And if they cannot launch, you know, some projects of clinical cases when everything is open and people are just failing to fulfill their obligations. Let's speak about the understanding what a threat is. Some website of the company, of some company, reputational risk. But when the site is hacked, it is depicted on the activity of the company itself. One thing, when the attack is on the external part, some, I don't know, envelope or some introduction of the company, but not its structure. But somehow people say that if somebody hacked this website, the things go bad everywhere. Yes, it's bad, but let's figure out, let's take a look at details, because according to me, the main problem is that the management, without understanding the task they give to employees, they cannot control the level of fulfillment, and they don't really understand what's happening. So nobody even wants to dig deeper into it. There may be lots of examples, but I will bring them a bit later. There is an opinion that there is a kind of a magical, button or a magical app or system by installing, which after installment can, fill in all the gaps, can close all the gaps, but there is no such thing. Everyone has their own system. They are individual with its own rules, and these rules are developed on the objects themselves. Because for the nuclear power plant and for some other institution, there can be different points of denial and different consequences. Also, I would like to say a few words about structure of the systems themselves. Both in private sector and public sector, there's some budget is allocated to cybersecurity that is to be mastered. This budget has some volume, and if things work, then next year it will not be allocated. That's why there is excessive procurement of the software, licenses, and servers, which is not necessary indeed. In order to regulate it all somehow and to send these means maybe on trainings or on some new directions, to do this, you need the leader or the managers to understand what's happening. It would be really good if we managed to conduct a kind of training so that the managers would know what their employees are reporting about. Because it often happens when the deputy enters and he says something happened and we need 5 million to buy a new service because everything is failing. But sometimes it's not the problem with the servers, but it's unwillingness of these people to maybe make some adjustments or to refuse some old solutions that are paid for every year. Of course, this greed brings to losses, big losses. And there are many examples we heard today. But I will mention several of them. After the coding was made, there was a question whether to not to. So it was very clear that the data, they could have been, reintegrated or regenerated, but there was the special crisis manager saying no. Saying it's easier for us to give a command to all of the specialists, to all of the employees, to enter this data from the paper back into the system. So the volume of work needed was just huge. And maybe from the point of view of finances, it was right, but from the point of view of the common sense, it brings up more questions. That's all I wanted to say, but I also wanted to bring up several examples. I don't know if it's worth, dwelling on them in more details. Please ask questions. I see that somebody's willing to. We have agreed that questions will be asked at the end of the session, but now we have questions on YouTube. I hope that we will receive answers to them from our speakers as well. And I'm speaking now to Vladimir Wolfashkoladenko so that he would also reply. And we will have to develop what our section wants to communicate to global forum. So if that's all from you, then now I would like to give floor to Sergey Ustenko. Sergey, do you need time to turn on your presentation? Because I have no control. You are to open it yourself. No, thank you. I'll just speak. Okay, then we will include your presentation to the materials. We will publish it. And unfortunately, the representatives of the corresponding authorities on how to protect better did not participate in this speech and the previous speech, but this was a good speech from the Council of National Security. And yes, after Sergey Ustenko, you will be able to comment. I thought it was another question. No, it's question number 5 right now. So when you give me floor, I will answer that question. Okay, so right now we are welcoming Sergey and then Alexander. Okay, thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for giving me the possibility to speak up. I shall continue in Russian because it will be easier for me. I would like to share with practical methods with you of cybersecurity provision on the basis of the modern methods. Today it was mentioned that 3 years ago, in 2017, there was the benefits of the viruses of a new generation of the decoders. And I would like to say that the number of such viruses increase with every year, and the Baker Agency says that right now the amount is $60 million. So the attacks that happen right now, they showed the absence, the level of protection that could protect. I introduced business company that gives parliamentary solutions to the market of Ukraine on the IT solutions for the cyber security, cyber protection of their cyber structure. And I know that in order to counteract this creative nature of the attackers, we are to be creative to protect ourselves. Unfortunately, recently it was hard to say if there is such solution.
So there's a solution which gives us full readiness to fight attacks and actually fight the tools they use and technology was called the exception or deception. We don't know what it is. So this event, somehow nobody noticed that. But in March 2020, Gardner Agency recognized deception as one of the technologies to protect information, and they also added that such solutions this year they will become obligatory for the security of any organization. So, what do we talk about? Yes, this is deception. We need to perceive the attack with its own method. So basically, you may know something about it, like 10 or 15 years ago, started developing, but right now it's have another approach, reincarnation, let's say, technologies about building these traps. The methods that are used by hackers, like Washet, software like analyze the network traffic. So we have information all the time: traffic, computer service protocols, users, software that is present there, and we can very quickly, in real time, actually build these traps, duplicate existing networks by bringing, of course, false data, and in real time, it will always update constantly, and it will deceive the attacking party, and these traps will be ready, closed, just to stop the attack. So currently, we have a very limited number of users who actually use this technology. So we've tested different options, and we actually chose the Israeli development deception rights company. And the last year, they presented their product as a paper protection, and this year already signed by they were actually appointed to the Gartner estimator and recognized as most innovative. And the name of this company today is it's almost everywhere. Western resources, Westernized resources. There are a lot of very good feedback. The company is in the top list, global list, working in the area of ID protection. So yes, every solution, every vendor is bringing no know-how, but why I have become a supporter of this solution. Initially, it was built on 3 pillars. First, something that is quite often mentioned in our country, but so it must be first. So we need to protect the state sector and business. And, as we talk about IT, private networks, need to protect themselves and use the software. And this protection, the solution is has some flexible approaches and flexible scenarios. In a couple of minutes, I'll tell you, but they cannot just satisfies everyone. So the strategy of development was initially planned as for everyone. That's why it's used in the banking sector in the West, also in state organizations and entities when it comes to electoral campaigns and so on. So what does it include? I told you, creation of traps, and projecting possible attacks, actually analyzing these weak links in the structure to protect them from possible contamination. So multilateral protection, it's about deceiving the attacking party. No templates, no signatures, just systemic processes that constantly are floating, let's say, in the network, the internet, and looking for actions which should not be there. So looking for something malicious. So they create the list of white processes of all the users in the registries, which are, let's say, allowed in. So the solution is installed very quickly. We tested it for just half an hour. And you can install it as server, and the whole infrastructure is there. The clients have the client's part, they use it, and one advantage is that you don't have any update for the client's computer. So we don't stop the work, and we have this continuity of the business process we talk about. So the solutions, bring this solution, we've negotiated with the producer, bring this solution to bring in market. We are ready to help with pilots and provide access to test environment for all to make sure that this is really helpful. Now, after resources, and it actually contracts the majority of the text, 98% of efficiency, Gartner says. Okay, very simple, and another pillar. Solution must work from the box. So you install it, you launch. Okay, Sergey, I'm sorry, we have 2 more people and we're out of time. So I just finished. Yes, the solution is tested. Our laboratory are ready to help you actually with pilots, provide the extra test laboratory, give you all the information if necessary. Please, on for me, just to answer all your questions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey. And really want to understand how to check the cells better. So I want Alexander. Are you there? Yes. Okay. How would it be better to protect, let's say, the resources, the spectral standards, so the experts in the state bodies, for them actually to bring into their expertise. So first of all, to you as to the state official, we ask for, and then we will have something. Mr. Sergey, he offered us to use their product. What would you tell to the market? Thank you, thank you. So what I really want to say, I'm grateful to Ivan because he always formulates very nicely the questions. He wants to provoke discussion every time I have this skill, I can say. So it's really nice to answer these questions and to formulate our opinions. So concerning this question, how to protect ourselves better, when you start talking about these standards or the state regulations, so Mr. Van and dear colleagues, I can just list other standards for minutes and minutes, for 10, 15 minutes. I can give you a list of standards of what I remember. But if I take some others, wow, half an hour just the title of the standard. What can I say? IT security sector, International Organization of Standardization. Joint Technical Committee IT Security and the Subcommittee 27, approximately a couple of hundreds of standards ISO they have, 5 groups. If we also raise the sectoral standard, whoa, that would be a huge pile. So, what answer can we have here? The answer is briefly. Well, we need to protect different resources by all these standards and take into account the recommendations when we design information protection systems. But I'll tell you this interesting statement that when we talk about the cybersecurity, the role of cybersecurity is exaggerated. Okay? But in what context, dear folks? I want to tell it to you that cybersecurity is as a combination of certain measures or cyber measures or functions, a little bit different from protection of information protection systems. I'll tell you more, and this is my opinion as an expert who has been working for quite a long time in information protection area and cybersecurity. Efficient performance of cybersecurity functions is possible only when a specific object, when this object actually has certain activity, different activity on protection of information. Administrative measures or technical are measures that are taken to protect information on this object. And another entity is covering the system. So the cyber security function to detect and attack to respond and to restore the functioning of the object. Only in this connection. So the platform is the system of information protection built according to different models, and the upper part cyber protection. Then we will be able to meet these new challenges and threats arising specific cyber attacks, specific scenarios, and we have the object. So how about it protect yourself? just adequately use in this situation different recommendations of bodies, national standardization bodies, the best practices to build efficient system to protect your data. Just a reminder, my colleagues know that my position, my opinion, protection of information is first and foremost activity, systemic, intended, everyday routine activity like armed forces every day and another entity's work. This is activity, and on this activity we build the efficiency of data protection of interest, and then cybersecurity. How shall we move further? What do we recommend? What is the vision? What is my vision? And what I want to implement. Help with our colleagues and communities. I do think that today we need to create such a model of designing these systems of information protection at infrastructure objects, so on, where the information is processed, which would allow us to efficiently use, depending on specific conditions, certain standards, information security protection, no matter how you call it, including sectoral best practices, relevant to national standards, and so on, depending on what sector it is, what is the object of protection, what is the intention, what is the purpose of the project, and what information they process, and who is the owner. So this model will give us an opportunity, will give us more efficiency on how to build a better information protection system, and then coming to cybersecurity. How do I see this model? In my opinion, today, most comfortable one is through profiling. This is the best tool. So we can design a couple of profiles, let's say, presented. Let's call them profiles of security, which contain the description of necessary measures, obligatory to be implemented regarding the object that is being protected. The security profile must be filled by certain practices or certain mechanisms which are considered to be efficient for this object, by using any standards, even those standards which are currently not national, maybe. Right? So we might take international standard which is harmonized, and sectoral standard which is not harmonized and will not be, because we don't have these resources in other countries that do this. And this way we may pick. So we need to create conditions for the state, for the different objects of critical infrastructure, objects of informational activity, to implement different models, building the information protection system. And then the state, the relevant body, may just determine that these objects, so we require or we recommend the use of this model, and in other objects, please use other models. And other objects, like you may pick something, but please, to ensure the proper result to be achieved. So this approach is pretty flexible. It will allow us to use at full extent the professional community that we have in Ukraine. So right now, the information security community is very diverse. So cryptography specialists cannot be a specialist on security management. It would be a superhero.
So we can professionally use a big number of specialists who specialize in this or that area, also on standardization. The possibilities of different companies, developers who can provide certain services or systemic solutions. Also to form the corresponding infrastructure that will allow to hold independent audits, assessment, expertise, the compliance assessment, accreditation, or any other form of procedure that will enable to provide answer either on this particular enterprise or object when using certain systems which add to achieving its enterprise goals or missions or so, creating the system of cyber protection or information protection that can give the acceptable level of risk in those particular conditions this way. So how to protect better, depending upon the conditions and possibilities to use this or that model of the construction of the system of protection of information. The Ukrainian system of information protection is only one model with its models, rules, and structure, and more or less standardized requirements. 82730 is also one of the big number of the models. A very good detailed model and very well detailed of the standard ISO 664, I think, I don't remember, is for sure, it's the cybersecurity SCADA system, and also very good model NERC for the energy sector. This is the International Center of the Association of the USA. Our task of the entire community, not only of the state service of special communication, is to develop this approach that will enable us to apply the entire diversity of the system. And at the point where we can say that at this object we have the data protection, information protection, and that's the kind of model we are working on that will allow us to deregulate. As Alexei said, there cannot be one solution that fits all. Now we are to develop one standard, requirements of which will be equally applied to any object of different forms of property, different form of volume and application. No, it will work when there is a model in the framework of which you can apply other standards but by one side. But at the end, we ought to obtain good results that can be assessed, and according to which we can say that the risks of threats is minimized here. So this is my short speech and a reply to the topic the way you have formulated it. We could have had the entire conference dedicated to that topic, you know? Yes, that's right, because it's a very interesting question and it requires lots of work. That's my answer. Maybe it's very brief, but to the point. These are the main principles that I see as a specialist who has created the National Course for Standardization in two big national universities of Ukraine. And I'm thinking this approach in our country can be very relevant and will allow to use the capacity. Because, you know, they say we are to use the internal and external, you know, opportunities and capacity. We ought to find the way to use the opportunity, the capacity of others who have already have their own developments and to share our developments with others. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, dear Alexander. Don't forget, we'll still have to agree with you and our advice that we are giving, and that we will sum up on behalf of our section. Now I would like to give floor to Igor Mykolaievich Tkachenko. Dear Igor, will you have presentation? No, because there's no time. Well, you know, who wins in the fight with cybersecurity? And can you also give the reply to this question? Thank you so much, but I want to divide it into two questions. First question is, who wins in the fight with cybersecurity? This question is very significant today because everybody speaks about the state agency, but without having an understanding how it's functioning today. Thanks to Mr. Semenyak, I think he's going to be the star of the conference today with the example of the fridge, but it's all very simple. You have to put on a lock, and that's why you will preserve what is in the fridge. And those who want to repair it when it will be broken, they will not have the access to what is inside of the fridge. We only have to take care about those who have the access to the lock itself, who can open the lock. So I would like to build my speech in the format of dialogue, but there's not much time, that's why I can't. So 2000, the beginning of a data protection phenomenon, the date of creation of Internet Association, the Association of Internet Providers, Yalta. And there was a round table where the members of the state have gathered, and some of them are present here today, and discussing the whole of Internet protection and influence on the state, on the informational resources, influence of business of the Internet resources, information resources of the state. The criteria were defined, the agreements were made, and they started moving in that direction. In 2000, there was nothing. No legal act, no information environment. There were only different systems, which thanks to interaction of the commercial and public sectors, they started, growing those solutions we have now today. And building the informational security or protection without business, not possible. Because as the former head of the agency of cyber threats protection, I would say that business always assisted us to solve problems, starting with cyber attacks, and also, for example, how to test the equipment. Today we have big opportunities, we have big experience, and a lot of those start working in the cyber center. The person who has built this center in 2008, thanks to his persistence, was created the QA and led Ukraine to the international level. And they created also the protected nodes of internet access. And there was a tendency back then to protection of and I.Petukhov Ukraine, and Mr. I.Petukhov was also back then one of those who made it, and it wasn't profanation, it was a strategic decision on the highest professional level. What happened after there was the movement into this site, when this has become the commercial speech or advertisement and bringing some financial costs, then there was competition. Who's the doctor, as we call it? And correspondingly, there was pressure also from the side of the state, to the side of the business, and it was clear that when deciding how to respond these or those attacks, there were different approaches. In 2013, this was the case when a big step was taken in the public and private partnership in the big hall in Khreshchatyk. All internet providers have gathered together with the state agency of communication, and they were discussing how to fight together against those threats that were emerging. And they made the decision that in the coordination center there will be exact UA, and thanks to which the administrators of internet providers made decisions right away to close or to eliminate this or that threat at any level. So the center was closing this question at the level of the international community. And the Ukrainian providers were solving local, they were closing the local systems. This foundation was made back then, and there was the instruction describing this mutual work, mutual cooperation. The indicator are elections in 2014, when there was a big attack on the Central Electoral Commission, and then every commercial unit or structure who participated in the protection of informational resources, they put all the efforts, and in 6 hours they already renewed the work of the system of elections. But it was the most powerful attack in 2017. Petya. Everybody it was mentioned about the crypto locker, but it started not at the end of 2017, but in the beginning of 2017, when Ukraine decoded the data and the classical antivirus license was over, and then the state units, the state departments and cyber police, they understood that money could be made on that. And they accused private sector in keeping that content, and maybe they just had to maybe investigate and to find. I still don't understand. So why the servers were taken out, why the personal computers were taken out, or new gestures that were never used, why the personnel or the employees had to give away their own flash drives. So that's why, speaking about the way the state influences the development of business, everybody knows. We all received the notifications, and then there were, masks show, and everyone had this experience in relation to such unsanctioned activities, in my opinion. Who wins in cyber crime? Well, clearly that, first of all,
one requester wins who actually works in business. Who wins the cybersecurity? Clear that, first of all, business, because always business protects its informational resources and data. And of course, the state, starting from 2014, and we just need to take the practices that are already proved with certain facts there, proves itself to be efficient. when it comes to countering the attacks. So we just need to turn the page and start with serious, because of this lack of understanding. I do agree that many directors, they don't even understand how cybersecurity is, and from cyber protection. Cyber is a very interesting word. It's a technical prediction. And we just need to bring these old approaches. We won't have the dialogue between the business and state. We speak about the National Conversion Center. I had this idea for quite a long time, and let's help them do something what they need. They're just trying to post like saying that we protect our own special conversion center. Okay, we protect it, but if the national center falls, it'll be there nothing, because the protection of resources. What the situational center, state situational center, falls communication. Because the website, state websites will fall, that will have the breakdown of resources. And it will lose its reputation because the presidential website will not be available. The regulator who is held responsible for that, well, to truly be critical, maybe we need to transfer informational flows into cybersecurity in that area, which is trying to legislative acts. People are writing those. We need to correct that. National coordination here to let it work. Response center to these computer incidents. National centers that have services. National fact center. And also, relevant informational resources should be used to have joint decisions. Sectoral centers. All these entities, they work in their own directions. Yes, we want to have the protected access. I will not give you the information how it was created, because they wanted to provide the internet services, the access, and they had very narrow criteria which allowed to get rid of such fake, as it call it, fake solutions. You have the certificate of conformity actually to test how it works and actually prove that the access is secure. Basically, they provide no information on attacks apart from just their security administrator, and there is no feedback to the center. So, not provided. We don't have this feedback. The National Defense and Security Council, again, we don't have this feedback. In 2013, we actually decided everything with one call. So we solved the problems easily. And therefore, we blocked the resource when we detected the malicious source. But when we want to hold the criminals liable, under Article 361 and bring to court, so we have actually very sad experience with it. So Cyber Alliance was mentioned here, and other communities truly do help Ukrainian community to become safer, become more secure in local digital community. So the hacker concept is being changed. Why we have people called hackers who break something? Sorry, but the connection is really poor. So try and get something at least. So we have people who break something. Well, we can say that we have these hackers in the cyber protection areas. They actually are involved in the audit of informational security. They are researchers, and we have these people who just test. So let's make it more simple when it comes to experience. I do understand that we have many experienced people and many who know something, but we criticize, everyone can criticize. Start from yourself. Start being efficient first. Start bringing some solutions for certain issues. Real estate bodies get this. Well, the officials actually put their attention to it. I don't know. So we just need to work in 2021, and I think we will win. I think this is one of the key aspects. So look at the history. The history will show how we need to act, what was done. So go back to Earth. Thank you, Igor. Thank you. Thank you. I think we all speakers who want one or two and is in a hurry right now. Thank you, Ivan. I'm not in a hurry. Have a good day. From 11 to 1, all of the professionals. S.Tkachenko, he finished his speech that did not get criticized, but he could be involved in activity. 11 till now, I think we've been just talking about nothing. We've discussed a little bit more professionally. You know, just putting this empty box. We don't know what the problems are. We know how to solve them. We don't know the mechanism. So PPP was mentioned, and cyber hygiene and cyber security. I've been here constantly. I was listening. I wanted to get some proposals. Heard nothing. Only I.Petukhov and Vladimir. Everything else just like everything lousy. No one's doing anything. Okay, we have two options. I understand that no one is. I became an MP. I came to politics and I started doing something. If you want to be involved in this, you go to politics or you have to get politicians. No other mechanism is there. At least I don't know. And if we write a draft law, cybersecurity and critical infrastructure, we have a working group where we have professionals coming and they work, and we have other professionals who actually told me like, "Hey, you're fed. You're ready to come, but please do pay some money." I'm not touching them. Their position is to write with friends. If you really want to get some money for your work and your long reads, other messages right about it, okay? I'm not working free of charge that I was offered. So should I criticize and when I would be paid with a specific money, I'll start working for this country. At least this will be fair when we take the community and professional community. I don't know. I will conclude. I am at the other conference and we started talking about actually problems with TV telecommunication identified territory. So I'm just, and you as a person really want to take something in this country? Politicians are open for you. Okay. Not criticizing the proposal. And this proposal will start the draft laws. I hope you will support the draft laws. Thank you again. I want you to stay safe and report cybersecurity for our state. I can see the answer there. Okay. Konstantin, are you there? Do you want to say something? I don't get Konstantin right now. On his own, but I don't have him. Maybe a recommendation to an advice to an MP, but we don't have them. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not there. Something microphone. Right now, the press. Please re-enter right now. Thank you. I just wanted to tell all my colleagues. You get me or something in the background. I'm sorry, but the sound. And you have two devices working. I'm sorry. Is it better? Very productive because I think he mentioned it's great. Continue. So this ecosystem itself is we're trying to build, and this bridge we must have everything. And something useful, alcohol, and everything should be components. And all this must somehow allow us to feel harmonics, to bring this harmony. It's really hard to do because it requires those solutions that we mentioned. And one of these solutions is the PPP. So if we continue deceiving each other and if we don't have a civilized dialogue, there will be no development. I believe this. So what we offer, we actually support Ivan's idea, the roundtable on objects of infrastructure. We have it there. Have together and we are ready to be involved in the preparation of this roundtable together with the union. I don't know who will be there, but we provide a platform and we saw how many discussions. So concerning the education, so the quality for selection and training of the staff, which will take a lot of time, but this is the most important. So our cyber resilience definitely depend on the training quality. We already have educational establishments actually do this.
And Koledenko said it today, that it's in the primary and secondary education. So I think that we all have to, with this whole entire community, you know, we used to start this in on the basis, you know, of the working, you know, in Christian Institute, but now but I think, is anyone else, does anyone else want to make some generalizing remarks or to make some conclusions? Maybe you have some some thoughts to share. I see that you're silent. We can't hear you. Is your microphone on? Please check. Something is wrong with your microphone in your equipment, because the program shows that the microphone is connected. Did you turn off the sound of microphone? Please take a look at this, at the sign of the microphone. Maybe it's turned off. Okay, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Unfortunately, there is no sound. Then I will give floor to Alexei Semeniaka. Dear Alexei, you're welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you. Well, in fact, I would like to talk with the words, of Sasha, who said, who managed to a 100%
I have this very weird criticism. I have this feeling that we are in 1990s, not in 2020. So we don't have proper professionals here. Cybersecurity. No one feels that. So see, we had here when we started doing this, but okay, maybe not in the concept. It's not just starting with the concept, but critical infrastructure objects. regarding what Mr. Bianca said, I did manage to tell it instantly. Always tell the most guys, you come here, you talk nonsense, and so on and so on and so on and so on. These are just words. It's everywhere. Like you just talk, nothing works. Nothing works. Experts, many of my colleagues from the Center of Security do know more. They had a couple of working meetings with the president and the defense council, and Petrov was also there. So we sometime actually, and we had 4 meetings, and we designed our own roadmap on how to form the whole cybersecurity system, and it all was ignored. Mr. Fedyenko presents. And why he's there, I don't know why when he this is like trolling. We cannot ignore all these initiatives without understanding this. So it's not enough to understand what we talk about. Think about the proposals. It was a volunteer initiative. Design this roadmap. Like, please do this. And comes starts telling that you just talk, empty talks, do something. He said, you get the money for it, and I created this pragmatic document. A couple of concepts are there, and you just come and start saying, hey, we're out of time, so please. I'm sorry, so actually don't have credit right now. If you'd like to subscription, again, so we are grateful as well because he was present as a representative of O.Baranov, and to enter some of the concepts and open browsers, but he did it, so I'd like to be left without breaks, so breaks have the ones that will start and so, some we will go out of the slide and go let's find out something this in the community.
Internet infrastructure is very important, and there are also people live in some, smaller towns, and the internet needs are still there, and they're big. Who else would like to share their experience? You're welcome. Andrei, or Yuri, sorry. Good day, dear colleagues. My name is Andrei, and I'm from the Ministry of Digital Transformation and studying the internet, the internet distribution, and our ministry from the point of view of the development of infrastructure. They study the mobile or the fixed internet. If we have the problems with the fixed internet in the cities, because there's everywhere one or several providers, then on account of mobile internet, as a regular user, I can say that there's a big problem, if you're not in the settlement, if you are between the cities or between the towns, then in fact there is no access. So this is my opening speech. Yes, but perhaps you have your personal experience, maybe you have recently dealt or faced a problem, with the level of services. I like a lot what our colleagues do. I think that the majority of you have seen the presentation with the lady that was presented from the ministry. That was the app DIA 2.0. And she had really the situation when I wanted to teach my grandmother to learn to use electronic services of the state, instead of going to the village council, and my grandmother was the mathematician or the teacher of mathematics, so it was easier for her to deal with it. I gave her the gadget and taught her to use it. In our village, there's a declared 4G cover provided by one of the mobile operators, but due to the fact that the village is big and there are not many people there, the basic station there works on high frequencies. Then my grandmother has the signal only in the yard, so only in the yard. That's why she has to go outside to use the internet. I showed her several tricks and taught her and explained her what our ministry does. So she communicates with me via messengers and learns to watch videos on YouTube. But the problem is actually very, very clear, actually, because the cover is not efficient, and there is the necessity in bigger traffic. When experts say that elderly people do not have the need to consume a lot of internet traffic, I disagree, because it depends upon their needs. Yes, we will speak about the elderly in this context as well, but this is my case. And she just asked me, do everything possible to give me good internet. But I told her that I work in the big, in the big structure, and that was a small village, and of course it's not possible to fix it. I have also personal experience from my childhood. When I was 7 or 8, there was a provider in my town. I can only speak about those people who actually live there now. Yuri, Y.Kargapolov, please, if you have any positive, negative experience, please share it with us. Yes, I had today on Facebook, I have read that in the Kiev metro 4G was launched. And I really think that it's overcoming digital barriers, because it gives the possibility of the new quality of life. 10 years ago, I wrote that it was 3G, but then somehow it disappeared. So the aspects of emergence and overcoming the barriers, they're not only in technical, but in administrative and financial. Yuri, I would like to interrupt you because the illustration we have, and then we will discuss it further on. Yes, I wanted to stop on this and say that it's very interesting illustration. As for regions, oblasts, where I have been to, there are regions where there is no connection at all. It's very unpleasant and it's horrible to observe. It's 21st century, but people still live in God knows which century because everything mixed up. It's a big social problem. Here I shall stop. Thank you. Mstislav, what about your experience? Will you share it with us? No. Okay. So I think we have already managed to show how important and how necessary good internet connection. And can you add a few words, Yuri, on your experience? Yes, the previous speakers mentioned a very important thing as the point of access, but except for this, there are different kinds of barriers. There's the barrier that is connected with internet literacy, because I also have old relatives, and there's another barrier that has emerged recently, and it has emerged due to the emergence of many fraudster schemes on the internet connected with some bank operations or transactions and so on. And this caused a certain fear in front of the digital technologies. People are afraid, to use or to mention their account in some service because they're afraid that they will lose money. So it's a humanitarian effect also. Thank you, Mikhail. Mstislav, can you add? I think that everything globally mentioned the main issues from the point of view of in the section of state services. There's the key problem, because to obtain state services is pain for everyone. I think all of us have dealt with this. It's a separate challenge for this to happen. And so what we do in this providing these internet services, we do not only aim them, or we do not only have the target on the big cities, but all of the people. Together with the team of Alexander Shelev, it's one of the visions. The possibility to obtain services online, and to do this we have the portal, and for this there's going to be the internet connectedness, because I remember my young age when we only had MTS as a phone provider only on the roof. Well, this is not the quality of services. I agree with that. That's why it is a very important direction. Thank you. So we have already underlined the problems that we are going to discuss, the internet barriers that we deal with and are to overcome. But I would like to draw your attention, since you can speak in Ukrainian and Russian, we have interpreters who translate into English, and also we are on Facebook right now and on YouTube on air, and the audience and the viewers, they can also add their comments, and they can, I'm asking actually our audience to describe their maybe problems that they have faced as for barriers on the internet, both to obtain state services or maybe some entertainment services or information or just for work. Thank you. And right now, I think we should move on with our program. I shall make the presentation. I shall introduce Andriy Nabok, and he's going to speak about the broadband internet connection in the rural area.
Svetlana, you're looking for presentation. Just turn off the microphone, okay? So I don't like to bring bad news to people, but one of my colleagues just informed me that President did not sign the law on electronic communications, voted by the Parliament and signed by Mr. Razumkov and provided the President for his signature. So now it still requires revision. The President returned it, and I don't know what the procedure is actually. I don't know what the procedure will look like after that, but really sad that this law was not signed because right now the telecommunication market development is delayed, and we've had this law, certain provisions even from 1990s. So we have an obsolete legislation, and so far the President has not signed it. And right now I was informed. So please tell me. Okay, you will switch the slides. Very well. Thank you. So briefly, we have very nice situation in all the regions. We still have some locations where we have problems with access to internet, some targeted zones. I think that it is related to the geographical positioning of certain streets or houses. In cities, we mostly don't have it, mostly like in villages, rural activity. And for example, some legislative problems when it is not allowed for more than one provider actually under a certain premise, but the infrastructure is developed, high competitiveness, and we concentrate as a ministry mostly on rural, on villages and rural locations when I work with internet. So we have these 4 aims. And it refers to the coverage. Again, I want to say we speak about the administrative units, tutorial units. Quite often they give this mistake like 95% of Ukraine is covered. No, not 95%. When they have 95% of rural population, because if you take other 5% of population living in villages, they live like 10,000 of villages and small towns. So mostly speak about population. Second aim is mobile internet. Yes, operators will not cover fields and forests. So in fact, we will cover the territories where we have people, we'll have inhabitants. So 95% of citizens should be covered with mobile internet. And due to the fact that this aim, we want to reach this goal with the 900 range developed by the operators, but I think we'll have a proper speed for the internet. And we also have this aim. It's global for the government. 75% of Ukrainians they use it. So 75% of high-speed internet. It depends on many factors. Development of electronic services, so like a demand for high-speed internet, and also developing the content, media content, and developing the digital skills. And basically, the Ministry of Digitalization does everything apart from the financial support. So it's clear that if price will be like the minimum wage, then the person will simply not be able to get access to internet. It depends on the price. And also social infrastructure objects, the same name is. We have a memorandum of association of libraries, and we can see that libraries have become hubs to develop the digital skills for people actually to be able to use internet if they don't have these gadgets at home. And schools as well. It's obvious. Schools right now we have reform with Ukrainian schools we call it. STEM classes simply cannot function without proper digital capacity. So, following slide, please. To actually approach these goals, where do we need to go? We had this very complicated task to determine the coverage for towns and villages with high-speed internet. Okay, so I'll just explain you what we understand about high-speed internet. In fact, it's the only technology of fixed connection that gives us speed and quality. For example, if you communicate with your operator, the technologies we have is like optical technology. And we have this huge load of sub-technologies. But we concentrate mostly on development of optics. So we had this survey, a detailed survey organized. We determined that 4 million of people, they live in cities and towns and villages where they have no single optic provider. So they use like formal internet, let's say, from Intertelecom, or they use the satellite internet, which does not allow them to use fully all necessary services. And we interviewed providers on prices. And if you take the price the people are ready to pay to get access, 1.5 million of people simply cannot in villages get access to high-speed internet, even in some towns, because it's really very expensive, because they don't have money for it. So, okay, let's go back. After our presentation, we've got a lot of questions from our about our coverage indicators, sources we use. So we took any kind of sources, any kind of approach, no determination of coverage. So on this slide, you can see all possible methods which can be used to study the coverage. First, reports to the regulator. We studied all the reports. Average operators simply do not provide these reports. Data. Why? Because someone does not want to pay taxes, or someone it's like an overload. Yes, not always it's okay with systems. Try to develop some proper systems, and the systems that we have today for providers is not comfortable to work with, and it's logical that some providers, they do not provide these reports, but still the system will be updated next year, and we plan to have this joint liability for non-provision of failure to provide the report, but the president did not sign the law where this liability was expanded, and some providers should be happy, I guess, because this law was not signed. So second, technological data, speed tests. I think this is the most adequate method. Find out what the coverage is. We also have certain errors. Of course, we analyzed with the company within the last 2 years. So because the company owns the speedtest.net, you all used it, you know what that is. The error for the whole data site is like a couple of percent, maybe 1 or 2, just a very small one. Why it happens? So because the GeoIP location. So when on the phone you actually try to calculate the speed test through the GPS coordinates, if through PC the speed test is carried out, the method is used, which can show you false GeoIP. We found an approach on how to actually get rid of this error and how to provide more accurate data. So physical test, we also have it, and the big operators use it. Also, we had Mr. Bienko writing about it, the head of the specialized community. So physical test. basically need to go to the system, but the infrastructure is there. So this is very expensive, and it's not very reliable because we do not use this. So the last one was offered by providers. So the applications are submitted, and certain requests are there to providers like LATs, interview, central executive power bodies, credit, not very precise data, more than 50% of data. People just do not fill it out correctly, so we just need to verify the data. Not very reliable. As I told you, the key source of data was related to technological data, so we defined for us the following criteria that do correspond the optical to the optical aspect. So if there is conformity to one of the criteria, we consider it as functioning. We also had the situation when it was built based on the radio route, and we revised our approaches, and we designed the algorithm in which we determined radio routes and it's related to samples. We have the radio route built, optical route, so the majority of data still it's beyond the scope itself. So this is basically the example how it was determined. So the administrative panel of one of the companies running this test, one of a French company, so we can say the test 260 to 170 megabits with 4 milliseconds of delay, and the location is there. So if the speed test actually is in the limit village, it means that we have one optical provider there in the village. Okay, so details provided it. And to become the professors, you have actually the link to the video where we provided all the details about our approaches and the presentation. I do hope after the event we'll share it. And if we don't have time, we'll use this link. Okay, so why the smallest villages don't have the coverage? Not only Ukrainian, this is a problem for the whole world. And I have there are problems with coverage. I believe this is the best table that shows us all the reasons why we don't have proper coverage in villages. So in Ukraine, there's a big problem with access to infrastructure. Access to infrastructure is when actually provider or operator negotiates with a company to build, let's say, optic lines or the network itself in our market. Providers but often build their infrastructure using the electric lines. Electric lines, you know, this is private property today. And for example, if you have a village where you have 100 people, that provider has no commercial profit. They will not go there as villages just because the price to hire these electric lines is exceeding the fee that the people will actually pay. So we have the 4 categories, zones of digital play. So we have the coverage, zones of the coverage. But the second zone is due to inefficient regulation, tariffs, structure, tariffs, interfaces. When we develop development and high-speed internet, we stipulated that in the next year we will revise rules of technology, which allow providers working in the smallest village to take the smallest amount of money for access. Third zone of the digital package. Unfortunately, this is also very widespread in Ukraine. The provider has no potential profit to enter any village and start there. The subsidy, I mentioned subsidy. So what is the subsidy? In fact, for the provider to enter the village, they need to have their own ROI, also the deeper infrastructure and the price for the line installation and so on. And when the provider, after the payment, and the ROI period is not years makes a decision not to invest in constructing the line until it is out of coverage. So, and we have so many of these villages in Ukraine. Now, how we plan to solve this problem, I'll tell you in the following slides. Okay. Simplification of telecom business activity. Okay. In order to minimize the volume, minimize the seconds I mentioned in the previous slide, we simplify the telecom business. So the state was doing what? It was actually complicating the life of business. We want to simplify the business activity. We have 4 these key areas stipulated by our plan. So I mentioned it. Updating the rules of infrastructure access. So improving the national standards of certification of telecommunication equipment, bringing amendments to norms and standards, construction norms and standards, and using the alternative infrastructure. So when we construct roads, schools, any kind of infrastructure object, builders, subcontractors must already think about how they will install the optical fiber lines, because when, for example, we build a condominium, so for a person just to actually connect to this line that is already there in the apartment, actually connecting with cable, and that's it. In every apartment, so make it as easy as we can. But a lot of bureaucracies there, a lot of time we spend. Even mobile operators, it takes a lot of time to build their base stations. So, in fact, we have this project, the big construction residential project. Actually, at the construction stage, just think about this, about the along the road, and operators use likely this alternative infrastructure. We think about it very actively. So, concerning the development of fixed internet, everyone connect social infrastructure, networks, pretty. Unfortunately, we did not sign this law, but we hope that soon we'll update it and the president will sign it. And also, there is a big problem: people with disabilities and their access to internet, meaning the equipment and the access to internet itself. So, it's also an interesting area to optimize the governance of state optic networks. And right now, if you take all state
They have more than 2,000 kilometers of the fiber optic transmission line of their own. And to optimize it or to make it effective, we plan the following year to create at the end of the year some state enterprise that will in fact manage these networks and to avoid that they will be sold or declined. Next slide, please. The development of the mobile internet. This year, Ukraine, the resolution has been adopted by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and the memorandum of understanding by the President with mobile operators was signed. And in brief, usually the basic states of 4G, they worked in the zones of 1800 hertz and higher, because the highest the frequency, the better. But right now, after the tender for frequencies, the operators, in fact, they add the equipment to make their basic stations work function in the 900 megahertz, and the existing equipment enables to use the 4G in some remote villages. The following direction is implementation, the implementation of technical neutrality and interaction with the local authority. Once the representatives of one village wanted to have 4G, but all operators refused them because it wasn't financially reasonable, so they have addressed us, and we communicated with the operators and found out that in this village council, they have enough budget to build the station. So they can build this village station for their own needs to have 4G, which is a great example of how of the effective work of the local authority and how their funds are distributed and allocated. Next slide, please. We often have questions why to build or construct, develop the fixed internet in the villages where there is already 4G. I think that this problem is not clear to people who live in the cities or in the settlements where there are both types of internet. Why does it happen? So in fact, if it's a village where there is no optic transmission line, but there is 4G, then all the load on the basic station in the peak times from all the subscribers, because people use mobile internet more. And often we receive complaints, and there are practical cases when people complain for the 4G coverage, the quality of 4G, and we start to find out what is the reason of such low quality, and then we find out that in those villages, the fixed internet coverage is absent, and on the basic station in the peak times, it's a really high load. It's overloaded. So we say it's incorrect to say that we no need to build, the optic fiber transmission line in the villages where there is 4G, because these technologies, they complement each other, and even they add to the development of another one. And we have the recommendations of the European regulator, which confirms that the normal quality of mobile internet can be only achieved when the basic station is connected to the optic fiber networks, but not to some radio signals. Next slide, please. How do we plan to build the fiber optic networks in the villages? We found the following approach. It's not new. It works well in the European countries. The World Bank also supports this approach. When in the most remote villages where operators do not want to build the infrastructure on any conditions, without state assistance, then in fact the state is to give support to the municipalities so that the municipalities connected these institutions that function in this environment. And in fact, after implementation of this project, all the people who live in the villages, they will have the technical possibility to connect using the market price. And those villages where there are no libraries or no schools that are just on the road. So we have counted that after all the schools and libraries and hospitals connect, we will achieve the indicator that is envisaged in the plan of the priorities of the government, and to achieve the target indicators, 95% of the rural population. So now about technical details, I'll be brief about it. So in fact, next year we will have functioning financing, and thanks to this financing, we want to provide construction of fiber optic networks. So far we have several models, out of which the subscriber connects. So among all these models, the highest model is the most successful one, and the model that we are going to be using. So we will avoid, connecting the institution of the infrastructural structure to be connected for the cost of the state funds. So next thing, a very relevant question of the budget. The previous Ministry of Finances has approved the establishment of a separate budget program for us to develop the optic fiber networks to connect institutions of social infrastructure. So it's going to be like the subvention for the accessibility of the fast internet in the rural area. In fact, we are going to, to build the communication with them to equally allocate the funds. So to set the communication, to explain to the amalgamated communities about these subventions. And we have already eliminated all the mistakes that were made in the past, and we have the order of use. We have the vision to use this money effectively, and only 850 million hryvnias will give 2 million people, even 2.5 million people, to connect to the fixed broadband internet. And you can see that it's 10,800 institutions of social infrastructure that will be also connected there, where 2 million people live. And now there's a visualization of the information on the current situation. So we see that in several oblasts, in Chernivtska, villages where there is no coverage. And bad situation also is in Kirovohrad and Luhansk Oblast. So we have isolated the settlements which are the aim of the subvention. And on the next slide, this is the situation that we expect after the subvention is used in 2022. So you can see a better situation, and that only the smallest villages will join, according to which we are going to apply another approach. Next slide. How are we going to control it? How will we create the mapping service, which works in the leading European countries? Because thanks to the service, we're going to tariff the information and do the preparation to the public procurement to minimize the corruption risks. So in fact, we will have a separate number of people in the ministry that are going to control these procurement in order to avoid, embezzlement. The Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine has adopted the resolution according to which the connection of schools, using the experience of the previous years, in schools, there is the highest level of corruption risks, which show the double or even triple connection, which leads to millions of expenditures from the budget. That's all, I think. And next slide. You can see my contact details if there are questions. Yes, thank you. It was very detailed. And so in 2022, it will be we will not be left without internet somewhere on the road, for example. And another question, to a great extent, is the needs in the internet are dictated not only. So the manager of the DIA project, who's going to tell us about the big breakthrough the state has in providing services, even to those who are not internet users. Almost everyone has, so that everyone would connect to DIA and say that yes, it's the thing that is worth it and worth working in it. Good day at all. Again, I am without presentation, so I offer to leave the contact details of Andriy on the screen. And in general, I would like to tell you about our values, vision, in the way, so not to tell it for hours. It was mentioned that there's a big need in the state services online for people who are living in, even for those who live in Kiev, when it's hard to obtain some kind of service. But let's go back to the beginning to have the brighter picture. Because if we speak about the digital environment, of course, the internet coverage and presence of smartphones or computers is one component, but another one would it matter for us to have an environment without barriers if we had nothing to do on the internet? If no site, if to close or shut down Instagram and Facebook, then maybe the internet audience will drop like 50%. But if we speak about state context, that is the value. So we wanting to create the state format of it, how we are moving and what it comprises of. So the first thing, to have a wider understanding. DIA is a big ecosystem, and among all the things that are in the internet, our big flagship products is one information system, a single state portal of electronic services, and the mobile app. Fortunately or unfortunately, we are building, we have different logics for these two products. And for example, if we have the document in the mobile app, then on the portal, they are not of value. Yesterday I got in the RTA, and on the portal I only had a document on the mobile app, so I don't think I could take out my laptop and show it to the police officer. But at the same time, there's the possibility of the portal to, read something there to understand it. Because there's different logics behind these two products. Because we're just simplifying the obtaining of the 9 services for people. I am emphasizing on this because a lot of people know about DIA, and we have 5 million users right now of the mobile app and 1.5 million of the visits to the portal. And very often I see the following situation when there's an interview and they say, okay, you have launched the LLC in the mobile app, and you just have to explain, because according to the logics, let's now concentrate on or focus on.
So we will try to move to like from the audience to our age, okay? In this structure. So we started from the documents, not because the docs are, let's say, the key functional for any kind of activity. Okay, so taking DIA, it's not like a wallet for keeping all your docs, all your IDs in one place, but each state service that we have in Ukraine, there may be certain audience, like individual entrepreneurs to millions. People's getting subsidies, 1.4 something every year. We have new requests and subsidies. And each of these categories, well, the more services we have, actually, and 2,500 services we have, and we have this audience very multifaceted. It becomes very
Okay, I will move them.
Okay, so it becomes truly hard for people to communicate with all of them and to explain them why it is so convenient. And then the IDP certificate or something else, and each person has a document. So like a passport, foreign passport, people could have. Someone has like IDs, driver IDs, and so on. So you just integrate this application and you create this basic value. So it's not like if you're an individual entrepreneur, then you need driver's ID and something else. This is the basic value for a citizen. So it improves your life instantly because you do not need to think like where you are, where to push and when you have this kind of audience, when you have this growth of 5 million of uploadings in half a year. So it's a great base for all these people to say. It's a great thing to say to all people, like, like you can pay your fine now, or now you will be notified that there's a certain administrative proceeding is up against you, and la la la. And many of us actually face these statistics tell us that every year we have it. Okay, and I even found myself as like a party, like certain proceedings. This is something that we put on top of the system. For example, when it comes to these proceedings, so imagine that you live elsewhere in the suburbs and you need to sell your car. Okay, when I try to sell my car, go and do it, and every time you need to go from your suburb to the service center of MOI, and need to complete all these proceedings, and so it's really hard. And the person may actually get all this information instantly. When it comes to goals, where we move, yes? Clear. Our aim up to 2023 to make 100% of state services available through internet. So, two elements. We have first element, of course, we take the service and we engineer it. So we take all these chapters away, extra chapters, something, and fill out ourselves. We put it in the portal or in the mobile application, so this is here. And second, to take all unnecessary state services away. Unfortunately, the part of state services and part of documents, they're regulated by some legislative acts starting from the 1990s. And like the address registration, regulated by the Civil Code 1983. Imagine it was adopted in 1983. So a lot of obsolete norms, so that's why we need to think about it. Before actually we digitalize certificates on criminal records, so maybe we just need to digitalize it, or maybe we just need to move the certificate itself to cancel it. So this is the logic, and how we actually comprehend manner. So we have this whole portal, the timeline, and approximately 30 or 40 services are available at the portal. Mobile application, we fully closed. We have the full package of documents, basic ones. So we add the passports like the tax identification number and the Crimeans and people from Eastern Ukraine. Also IDP certificate and all these documents that allow us to get some services from banks, from the state. We now have validation system and document sharing. Mechanism in supermarket, they can just get this badge from your passport and confirm it for 18 or something like it. Or if you come to the bank, like in Privat, almost all banks, but Privat Bank was one of the first to connect. You can scan the badge code in your passport via. Just confirm the document directly to the back end of the bank. You don't need just to have these copies, sign these copies in each date, blah, blah, blah. And we simplify. So we simplify and we really implement it. So just to conclude, that we have certain state services we work on, we make it clear and available to people and simple. We have coverage, work on the internet coverage, of course. We have certain timeline, like years, and it all combines. And we also have digital education, raising awareness and developing digital skills among citizens, and that's how I think that 100% are fully in the subject. We are fully supporting the digital limitless environment. So thank you. Good news. Thank you for having something nice. So we have an opportunity and the need. Actually, good internet takes some. Okay. Next paper. Mikhail Anisimov, manager of IGF on operating the stakeholders in Central Asia and Eastern Europe. So please, language support, because the main need is not just to entertain, but to news. Why do we have internet? Not only for the state services, yes, it's really very important. important. It's very important in any city or village. Find out something local. Some local news in their own language. But it's not necessary to learn Ukrainian or English when you can all actually translate it instantly. For people, this is a big need. Just to localize huge internet universe to their specific location, get all the news in their native language and have no barriers to communicate with their friends, like their village or in the whole world. Okay, Mikhail, I'm uploading. Oh, no, thank you. I'll use Russian if you allow me, and I'll ask you to upload. Actually, I listened to all the speakers and actually try to cover also different and those structures, which are the basic ones and the key elements of the internet, which allow us to get access for services, allow us to simplify our lives, and here we can see, of course, the literacy to be fully involved, and also the content, and such things as really a comfort. Internet experience is critical because the last barrier, whether it's like to fully digitalize the population. Well, the thing is, it can't talk only about content. It will not be as I can as an organization. So I'll tell about not just about the content, but about the communities, about the languages, native languages, and other. When we speak about these targeted systems, test systems, in the perspective of this big project that we'll work with. Next slide, please. Okay. The task that we have is ICANN and many other organizations, they do have this task. So for global internet, it's the following one. Please. Okay, we need another billion of people to be connected. 5 billion already there. We have the forecast for 2020. It's almost there, I guess, despite the pandemic year, the COVID year, but we're trying to fix this forecast anyway. And say that, well, this is a huge number of people already there in the internet that want to have full inclusiveness. And that's when we have the satellite internet project. Program called and so on. So connecting with those who are not covered yet. And a lot of problems we do have in infrastructure, like people are set aside or just something else, service, technical financial problems, also whether these people are ready to work with internet actually. That's the main question. So one of the biggest problems for us is language. I'm sure that people are not always ready to understand English at the level that will allow them to speak the system interface. Or like something simple. The problem is technical for our region, Eastern Europe, regarding the small villages, small towns, or people who have no physical opportunity to get access to digital skills or knowledge, and can afford that. And but it's like what's barrier? People are afraid to open this monster, digital monster, and try to push these buttons. They're afraid to push buttons because they will break something. Elderly relatives, you all know how it works with elderly relatives. It's a big country usually. So this is all I really want to tell you. We all work to correct the situation and eliminate all the barriers. And we have people say that English, like this is the language of the internet, any language of the internet. 30-40% understandable content is basically English, everything that we have in that. And we have, of course, Asian languages, Chinese, Hindi, Arabic, Russian, and French. And we have Spanish, Portuguese, languages that are covered, and we want to actually expand the user space. And we will mostly work with non-English speaking people when it comes to extension of audience, yes? Okay, so we have a hypothesis that use of such interface formats like name, example addresses that use browsers or we and also we might actually facilitate is this element is not content. An important element because we start with it. We better open it place we already can understand what we will deal with. Okay? And this program was launched in 2009 and launched as an experiment. And we have some works so that how it would network this mass connection and would it somehow enter would become controversy for the disease systems and huge people around the world. They are fighting for this problem. They're trying to fix it. And even now we can say that we still have light in the end of the tunnel anyway. But later I will tell you more of what efforts are there. And I will tell you about the program. The next slide, please. This is just an addition. Okay? This is just an addition to internationalize so ideas. And we have this, the alphabet. Now Arabic. We got it. We have Cyrillic, Thai as well. I just want to note, by the way, that our Central Asian Europe, a lot of people living on it. They're very proud of
it. And it's also like a good professional, envy. Because we often provide experience or consultancy, and people seek help with us. And our biggest regions are Ukraine, Armenia, Belarus, Georgia. They have their own ones apart from the main domain name, identified by the standard ISO standards. The main problem of the spread of domain names was not only technological, but it was technical. So right from the start, not all mobile devices worked smooth. That's why there was the number of works which allows all the domains, all the addresses to be serviced equally. It consists of a big number of some works. That's check, that's saving, processing, reflection. So when we just write the email, but if we leave it as the login, or when agitation, if we are going to use it as identifier, because domains are often used even when they are not shown, when you can't see them. So I'm afraid the connection was lost, according to the situation. We will see if we manage to fix it. I'm here, but Mikhailo disappeared. Yes, I will clarify the technical expert right now, technical specialist, what happened. Okay, I'm here again and I can hear you. Okay, wonderful. You know, sometimes it happens. So now you will see me again. And you can actually move to another slide. This is the mechanical process of working on the program of universal acceptance. So they were trying to depict and model the process of work with the internet, process of access to products or interaction with the services, or, you know, like email addresses that people would do with their natural language. And these are the examples in Japanese, that of Chinese dialects. And the research was made, which are measurable, quantitative, showing the level of loyalty and readiness of those people who were not actively involved in the digital life to work with the internet, to include it into their lives after such elements of interface in their own native language emerged. So, and it actually added 30% more of people, and the majority of people replied that most likely they would start to use the digital technology before then they were using it before this know-how introduced. And of course, no technical introduction can be done just for the main driver still has to be financial. So, and these are the economic, the economical benefits of universal acceptance of ID and domains and GTLD. And it was analyzed, different economies of different countries were analyzed to see that people thanks to which people will experience less of fear of using or applying some internet interfaces. And we can see that the work, the coordinator work of program systems and the general infrastructure of the internet can bring over $9.8 billion USA a year. For example, China, according to the number of domains, is the leading one from last year, and they crossed the limit of several millions of domain names. And this showed big changes in the domain market, which is very significant to all internet economy. So what has already been done and what needs to be done to make it a more friendly user and with a more pleasant interface? And this is the work with those upon whom this work depends. These are the host services, and it's the developers of the software. And here ICANN and many other organizations and a big number of local communities, they work according to these three directions. So the ones who are writing the code, and I know that a lot in Ukraine, there are also much work done for those who are creating the software, and they're deciding how to apply, how to use domain. For example, the domain name .ukr, how to apply it in the main samples to be introduced at the market. And for the managers, the important thing is to do it in the way so that it was talked about and seen, so that it wouldn't disappear from the information field. Next. Here I'm moving to another part. The thing is that I can kind of do it all alone and shouldn't. And thanks to very active members, among which are in Ukraine, it won't, because our region, the Southern Europe and Central Asia, is one of the most active ones. For example, Svetlana is actually an honored member of it. And these local initiatives, they communicate and promote and inform on the level of knowledge of those people who are developing infrastructure, mentioning all the aspects that are to be taken into consideration. We often start some new projects, new initiatives, and if you are interested, please join us. It will help you a lot to move forward on the global network, not on the national level, but also on the regional level, and will serve the good there, to add another billion of users. And there is also a separate site that's called UASG.tech. So, so this is about the AppRoad system that's not working for the universal acceptance. So there is a service that is trying to detect such systems to make its work more integral. So I'm also encouraging all the society, if you see such site which is ready and works well in any language with any domain name, you could send it to us as an example and tell us, look at these wonderful guys, or vice versa. When you see some big resource that is to provide this work but is not, it's also something worth mentioning, because it can be in the focus to concentrate both by local initiatives and all the other technical organizations that are developing market policy all over the world. So it's a brief overview of the current state and importance on nationalizing domain names, and and also the digital environment without barriers. Here I would like to emphasize another moment. It's not only about equipment or technology, so media literacy. The thing is, digitalized domain names and also domain names belonging to some society or community in the state, they are the digital enclave that integrate and like showing that to some international society that we are well represented there. And the next step is allowing to tell that this part of the internet is well represented, in the culture, comfortable content for Ukraine, for Belarus, or Kazakhstan. And from this point of view, it helps to remove one more barrier that can be on the way of further development. So thank you so much. I'm ready to answer your questions if there are any, Svetlana. Okay, thank you. I think that we will postpone questions for later, but right now showing the barriers that the users are to overcome to work with the internet, it's the reliable connection or presence of the services, including state services, which can be realized in the real life support. So that all moves or brings us to the next step, which is trust. Trust to the internet, the information that's on the internet, the services that are on the internet. So I would like to give floor to Y.Kargapolov with his presentation. It's a difficult name, unfortunately. Removing the existing. Thank you. Can you? So you will do it yourself. So will you proceed this topic with like the internet with no barriers, and people who are listening to us, they will understand that what they see on the screen is a big difficult work of many specialists, and they will trust to what is happening. In fact, we really are in an interesting point of internet development, because I have been listening to Mikhail, and I was recalling how in 2002, 2003, and 4 years, the question was raised about on the platforms of IPN.
Actually, to have the internationalized dominance, and we looked at, well, people looked at us like a sick people, sick as the software, I guess, to explain that truly, this is about overcoming. I want to overcome the barriers in internet. We understood this, and not many of us recognize that this ASCII standard package used labels. A label, yes? And this is native only for 2 European countries, and Italy. Well, other countries, they do have internationalized scripts. And then the community presenting Cyrillic script, Chinese script, with the support of certain part of scripts. I tell you about history. This was not an easy way, but we developed it successfully. We developed a creative root zone, IDNS. In this alternative root zone, we had alternative root registered 3.5 million addresses in the DNS. And after that, I can say in 2008, in the conference in Paris, we made a decision that in 2009, we will open registration for IGF-UA, and the Ukraine was the 3rd country which actually had its application for domain. I'll just leave the history that we have around it, but we understood the trend. We knew the trend. The trend always is in the trend. Always recognize and understand what is it, what it is. The way that leads us to success. We know what that is. The second question is something that complicates the way. charts. I'd like this was the history. I'd like to draw your attention that today we have a huge problem, unsolved problem, Internet of Things. And me, as a chair of ISOC, a special interest group, joining more than almost 4,500. So one of the biggest communities within the ISOC itself. We talk about many problems today, and the interesting statistics. Internet of Things. It uses more than 600 protocols, different, and 60 different types of identification. So how can we join all this, combine all this all together, have these systems for the person, for the humanity, in humanity's interests, and how any specific individual can reach the goal. So this task today is really hard, or it's impossible to solve. I can tell you that we want to give some new quality of life. People, it's not just like working for the money. No, we want to give a better quality of life to people, and a better quality of life in villages, in cities, everywhere. For example, transport problems to be solved. Okay, meaning that we have a perfect system that allows us to pay the fare in transport. Great. There are problems, financial ones, and organizational. Let's assume that we need to use some smart cards which are local. This is a barrier, digital barrier for those people who come from inside of Kiev, okay? Running around looking for the smart card, how to pay in trolley bus instead of just walking into the public transport and use, well, the same card that anyone has in Minnesota. Or any kind of payment that we have in another city, like in villages. It's really hard. Everything starts. We don't have the bandwidth capacity, or nothing is there in this village. It's empty. And there won't be any financial service even. Not financial service, I'm saying. So we speak about quality, new quality. And it appears to be that money started talking about this. Quality of service provided is a huge barrier for us to overcome our barriers. We spoke about limitless environment. Okay, if you want to create it, then we need to think about it. We can actually work with professional services. Each service, each individual. This is a personalized service. Yes, we all use today really personalized services, but we do not notice it. Personalization of services. This is first of all task related to its identification, and this issue on how to manage identifiers, features, not just identifiers but features governing the processes of identification. Still not studied, but it's somewhere close to Iron Age now. So I'm speaking frankly about it because I studied this for so many years already, more than 8 years, and I presented this in ICANN platforms, and EU platforms, international platforms. Presented this, and I have proof sometimes that my colleagues don't understand what I'm talking about. But starting from 2019, we finally managed to find this joint platform for discussions. Right now, I'm bringing us closer to the technical problems and how to build the limitless digital environment. It starts with any digital object that plays in this limitless environment. And we all are digital objects. Right now, we can see each other. We are digital objects. And everyone is sitting in front of a computer. This is a digital object. Network, we offer in transport. These are digital objects. So we have the network identifier. And it's very important to understand system of identification, which brings us closer to the starting point for us to start actually building this limitless environment. In my opinion, cannot start from everything. We can find some common language here. We can find something in common here because we speak about domain names. What I'm talking about, maybe this is not for everyone. This is a very specialized area anyway, but in my opinion, one of the keys to build this limitless environment is expanding the domain name market. Personalization of services, how can we do it? Key is in the area of attracting features and actually creating the skills. It doesn't know how to work with these features with domain names. I'm just getting into very technical details, and maybe this is not very clear to people, to the majority, but still we need to even ask this question in our community as experts. So until we actually observe the stagnation domain name market, it will be really hard to solve the problem of creating a digital limitless environment. This is the first trick that we need to put in the foundation, destroy the stagnation and its support. So I don't have an answer, I'm sorry. We need to think about it because, as the practice shows us, development of IBM, nationalized domain names, slow down a little bit, so it's not approaching people right now. So it's not. And it's not approaching, also not approaching people. By the way, Ukraine has a very good position at the domain market, among other jurisdictions, okay? Do not understand how domain names can help us to govern services, manage services, to approach these services to people, make it closer to us, to make its features individualized, work for specific individuals, for companies, meaning financial services, medical services, commercial, economic, administrative services as well, especially state services. But when it comes to this limitless environment, building it, creating it, not just like a grandma sitting in a village without internet. That's not very well. But when she gets internet, she'll ask, "What can I do with internet?" When she gets access. As always, we will just get this one or another. I brought you this example this morning, private transport. Person coming from minutes or Odessa to Kiev or vice versa. For example, if the person unfortunately becomes a victim of a car accident, and if you have an ambulance coming and an injection is there or some person provided, and the person has a hemorrhage or something, so if he loses conscience, and is this a barrier I think so. So first, to understand how this barrier is reported. So we started this issue. Some countries, together with like the WHO, in some countries, up to 40% of ambulance calls in these cases, they so these people, the victims, are actually being saved from something that the ambulance team did. So the person cannot simply say at that moment that he or she has diabetes, something should not be done. Like, the person is unconscious, okay? And not just like developing countries, the U.S., Germany, Italy, for example. So people are being saved from the ambulance in 40% of cases. The developed countries, and basically, this is a barrier. And again, we'll have this grandma. The doctor will be called by internet, maybe. Yes. And the doctor comes and what? Same problem. Barrier. So, in my opinion, forming the limitless environment is a multi-level task. The task that, of course, relates to infrastructure issues. Task that relates to the proper service information and access to proper services. This task must be technically solved, in my opinion. I may actually make a mistake, but what do we need to start with, among other tasks? Understanding that we need to understand what to do with the identification. Again, the example of another example. Phishing. Is this a barrier? Yes, truly.
Phishing is a barrier to develop financial and banking services. You were right when you said that two topics are very close to each other. The topic of this non-barrier environment and also the trust environment. Ukraine has a unique experience. I have been from Morocco to Indonesia, and no matter where I mentioned my experience of building a trust system on the internet, they were staring at me with big eyes, wondering how is it possible. Well, we did, we managed it. I shall speak about it at the next session. But without trust, we will preserve the barriers. Yura, can I interrupt you? So we have mentioned several directions, and clearly this topic is raised at our IGF for the first time, and too much both bad and good speculations, too many speculations, both good and bad, have been accumulated. But I would like to draw attention to the following aspect. Us as technical experts, us as people who are managing internet, managing the infrastructure of the internet, we know how it should work, how it should develop. From that side of the barrier of the user, for them, it is also necessary to pass some way to overcome the barriers, to learn to use internet, to connect to a good internet, to try to see it's not scary, it is safe. I have a question to Andrei Nabok. So are there programs to develop internet skills in users, in regular people, pupils from in schools, both young people and older people? Because yesterday at the youth governance forum, there were many different speeches delivered. It showed that the youth is also interested in internet development, and they understand which barriers exist, and they are ready to, remove them. And one of the questions was, how about our grandmas, grandfathers? Who is going to teach them to use internet? Okay, there is internet connection. We shall connect them, but there must be a more user-friendly software which is going to be clearer. And in which way can the state assist in this way? Is it about the private providers or specialists who are in charge of domains and that can participate right now to give answer to this question? You have to turn on your mic. So does Andrew speak right now or not? No, we can't hear Andrew. Something is wrong with his mic. Now it's off and then now it's on, but no sound. So if there is no sound from Andrei, then a small remark from me. What I was talking about, those were not my speculations, some theoreticals, but I showed you only examples from that. But if I didn't do that, if I didn't show you the real examples, then there wouldn't be relevance in what I was talking about. It's just a small share of examples that I could tell you about. We have studied a big chunk of all this problem. Can you hear me now? Yes. So I can speak, okay? So we have a separate direction that the deputy of Mikhailo Fedorov is in charge of, Valeria, and they are on the way of development and content. So a number of studies were conducted, both also international ones, which show that people study the basic digital skills by using some small short videos. And that's what they are, working on right now to make this, available for people so that people could watch all those videos. There is a portal that's called Education or Osvita, where they undergo a course and then they have to take a test, and it turned out to be rather effective. So the libraries will be like a hub for digital education, because the libraries are present almost in every small town. So on the basis of the libraries, we are sending all the materials there to those to those computers where there is internet. And I think that this year the organization also, some organization gave several thousands of computers to the libraries of Ukraine. They have presented it. And so people can go to the library and where they can visit this course of digital literacy, and any elderly person can use these courses and can undergo them. So you have to know that there is a separate strategy that is developed on the digital skills, but that's all that I can say about this. But it's definitely a top priority. In fact, the person shall not pay for the internet. There, she's just or he's just going to use any service, and it's a base to form the demand, so that people would start using electronic state services more widely. And if we speak about 100%, then those older ladies or those grannies who do not have digital skills, they don't understand what we are doing here. If they can go to the region and communicate in person, we will not manage to teach all, but the priority is at least 6 million people. So this is somehow monitored, and they are counting the local users. The same question to Mikhail Anisimov. I know that ICANN does also a big educational program. Recently at the ICANN forum at large, they mentioned which special programs were developed during the lockdown. Right now they're still in English, but there are plans to expand them and to implement them in other languages as well. Yes, of course. Thank you for your question. It is really like that, but here we can note two very important moments. One is that ICANN is a technical organization, and they have a rather small scope, small framework, not as wide as maybe needed to do what you mentioned. But ICANN as an organization is not that big. There are not so many people who participate in our projects or some community volunteer, but community ICANN or at large, which is part of it. But ICANN very often develops some methodology, writing some materials, and finances these things often. Apart from that, we often use some possibilities of ours to inform some business, local industry of ours to attract people. So because you can't offer something without the activity in places. A good example is when it comes from to Kiev, often asked to give some lectures maybe at the universities or participate in schools in regions, and this is the part that can be done. There are different programs from technical experts to regular users who touch the questions of the media or informational literacy, informational hygiene, and the extremely important topic that gives the possibility to avoid risks. And three main rules is to often change password, not to open the email. So such programs are very important, but it's not possible to do this without all of you. So we give the expertise, we can participate, and we just facilitate the further implementation, because it's only important. It's only possible within, thanks to the tight cooperation with you. Thank you so much. Our section is almost over, so we have only touched the questions. The environment with no barriers. but there are still other things left, like internet, the means of for assisting people with disabilities, Internet of Things, or some interesting speeches. And we are removing these barriers little by little. The following year, we shall meet again. And tell something even more significant.
Push. You push the wrong. What are you pushing? What button are you pushing? So. Okay, great. Now we need Natalia to be with us. Natalia to be connected. There's the microphone, Valeria. Everyone who's not talking, turn your microphones off, please, because you create background. Natalia, are you there? Okay. Can we start? So I will use Russian and in English. Let me introduce the guest and panelists. First of all, who do not is our guest? Отже, в нас є гість Одинатris, він є спеціалістом, який бореться зі спамом та злочинами. В нього є достатньо серйозний такий досвід. Він, власне, займається питанням спаму, протидії спаму, він пропонує роботу в національних та міжнародних установ. Він також є головою робочої групи з питань кіберзлочинів, боротьби з кіберзлочинами. І мені дуже приємно, що ви сьогодні з нами. Він є головою Динамічної коаліції безпеки та інтернет-стандартів DCISSS. Ця ініціатива була запропонована секретаріатом IGF у вересні цього року. І вона мета така велика, власне, DCISSS, власне, створення такої потужної загальної загального пакету таких інтернет-стандартів, які потрібно імплементувати, а також інструментів для того, щоб забезпечити онлайн-безпеку. Let me also introduce Alexander Baranov, a PhD in law. He is one of, I can actually say this, one of the pillars of Ukrainian electronic communications. So he's a prominent person, and he represents here today the Research Center of Digital Transformation and Law, National Academy of Legal Sciences of Ukraine. So another speaker that we have today, Valeria Filinovich. He's also PhD in law, the Associate Professor of Civil Law Department, Legal Department of National Aviation University. So what she's involved in, internet governance is her major, copyright and industrial property law, cybersecurity, information law. And Natalia Razagraeva, she's the director of the affiliated Center of the Conference, which is one of a couple companies which managed to build this trust system involving a couple of stakeholders. And actually, she works with this combination of internet legal practices. So, me, Y.Kargapolov. This session, I am actually moderator, Director General of Consortium Ukrainian Center for the Numbers and Addresses Group. So, I'd like to pass the floor right now to our guest with a certain limit of time, with the notice. And I'd like to ask him to present his vision. How the trust environment can work in internet. Будьте, будь ласка. Microphone. Так, мікрофон вже вимкнений. Так, вибачте, я тут з перекладом трошки так не стикше до того, що переклад є. Отже, доброго дня. Це все, що я знаю українською, насправді. На жаль. Отже, мене звуть Денис. Отже, я в Нідерландах живу і працюю. Отже, вже мене представили, чим я займаюся. Отже, надаю консультації для малого і середнього бізнесу з питань безпеки та управління інтернетом. Почав займатися певний час Microsoft з Національним центром безпеки працював та іншими зацікавленими сторонами. Отже, власне, представляв нідерландську технічну спільноту певний час, так? Трошки розриви у зв'язку, вибачте. Отже, власне, працював стратегічною тематикою, стратегічні і пілотні проекти займалися минулого року цими проектами щодо кращих практик, ICT, так, стандартів, але дуже повільно вони власне у світі імплементуються, можна сказати. Але тепер ми думаємо над тим, як нам власне все це, як робити рекомендації та кроки. Як вже сказав Юрій, коаліція між інтернет-стандартів буде запущена CISSS. Я трошки розкажу про те, як вона працює і як буде вона наступного року працювати. Справа в тому, що саме ця коаліція запустила розробки таких стандартів. На вебсайті IGF ми, власне, презентували наш доробок і також в інших джерелах. Ми поконсультувалися, обрали 6 прикладів. DNSSEC, RPKI та інші стандарти. ISO 27001, за таким принципом ми побрали стандарти на основі цього і, власне, розглядали те, з чим працюють стандарти. Тому вийшла про визначення саме тих стандартів, які можна використовувати для такого довірчого середовища різними організаціями, і також було відчуття безпеки, власне, у кінцевих користувачів. Можливо, всі знають, що таке інтернет. Всі знають, чому вони розробляються, але в чому тут ситуація. Інтернет-стандарти, вони роблять так, щоб інтернет працював, щоб була певна зв'язність, щоб імейли доходили до адресатів, щоб був доступ до веб-сайтів, щоб можна було заходити на ці веб-сайти. Все добровільно і на основі консенсусу розробляється. Якщо говорити про приватний сектор, в основному вони використовують ці стандарти, і є тут один момент. Оригінальні стандарти, вони були написані десятки років тому людьми з, допустимо, американського безпекового сектору, університетів американських, і не було в них ще розуміння того, як має бути безпека, коли вони написали стандарти, тому що лише 40 організацій чи людей практично писали ці стандарти, вони знали того особисто, і в них ніколи не було того на думці, що треба мати про щось інше. А зараз ми всі взаємопов'язані, а підходить, що безпосередньо треба думати про безпеку, це в нас таке рутинне питання. І стандарти обговорювались. Інтернет функціонує фактично без стандартів. Можна сказати, що він певною інерцією працює, не треба ще якісь нові вигадувати. І ви знаєте, що це працює добре. Імплементація цих стандартів, реалізація часу, знання для того, щоб розробляти нові. І знову ж таки мова йде і про комерційні питання. Має бути певна стимуляція, так, ще й користувачів. Тобто воно себе репродукує фактично. І все це повторюється постійно, все за тими самими стандартами і працює.
Тепер я можу відповісти, розглянути декілька питань. Які причина браку найкращих практик, а також які рішення існують і заходи, тобто як перейти на інший рівень, які обговорюються і під час IGF, і які визначають той перелік тем для обговорення, який є дуже важливим. Управління інтернетом обговорюється як науковою спільнотою, так і іншими сферами. Коли ми думаємо про ті відповіді, які ми отримали, це не дивлячись на наш різний досвід, можна сказати, що в нас є брак бізнес-кейсів просто, на які можна було б рівнятися. Отож, не всі організації вони згоджуються, в принципі, ще додатково оплачувати безпеку або платити за безпеку. Якщо копнути ще глибше, ми це побачимо ще додаткові. Є більш фундаментальні причини. Це брак тиску в будь-яку сторону. Тобто, коли кожна сторона перетягує, навпаки, перекидає відповідальність іншу, каже, якщо зробить то, я це можу то, але тільки не я. А також законодавча освіта, законодавча база, якої бракує для управління. А також незнання тих стандартів, якщо ви не займаєтеся безпосередньою діяльністю з управління інтернетом. А також брак уваги з боку і парламентарів, і громадськості до цих стандартів, або навіть брак знання про їх існування. Чому ж так? Я думаю, що на ідеологічному рівні, де б ви не жили, ким б ви не були, які б ви не виконували функції, Якщо вас це не стосується, то ніхто на це не звертає уваги. Але з усіма тими заходами, які зосереджені на пом'якшенні самих причин, а не усуненні вже наслідків, коли все зводиться до того, що це все лягає на плечі користувача, кінцевого користувача, який і коли зводиться все до того питання, що це кінцевий користувач відповідальний, наприклад, за те, що він просто частіше повинен змінювати паролі, вживати якихось заходів зі свого боку. Хоча, звісно, відповідальність на рівні кінцевого користувача також повинна бути. Ви знаєте, роблять, ніхто просто не має на меті створити веб-сайт, який буде за своїм дизайном вже безпечним з самого початку, з моменту його розробки. Наприклад, тому що всі ці продукти, вони створюються для нас, для клієнтів, для користувачів веб-сайтами. Я не зміг знайти відповідь А взагалі тема інтернету, можливо, достатньо висвітлюється, хоча можна сказати, що саме інтернет повинен бути захищений на глобальному рівні і на національному рівні кожної країни. І, відповідно, буде також існувати відповідні стандарти, яких необхідно дотримуватися усім сторонам. А також він має бути у фокусі урядовому. І тому що якраз таки кінцевий користувач повинен бути задіяний у розумінні цих стандартів. Це менш повинен бути задіяний, залучений до цього. Просто повинен отримувати надійний інструмент, надійне середовище для свого використання. Також є думка з приводу того, що рівень знань і навичок, який надається у професійних технічних освітніх закладах, він не відповідає тому попиту або попиту на ринку. Які ж можуть бути рішення? 6 основних інтервенцій. Перше – це створити міжнародні стандарти, навпаки, інкорпорувати, включити міжнародні стандарти і закріпити їх регуляторно. А також ці стандарти повинні передбачати створення інтернет-середовища, яке буде за замовчуванням безпечним. архітектура і дизайн інтернету, вони повинні бути передбачені навчальною програмою, освітньою навчальною програмою. Організації, які не задіяні в управління інтернетом, вони повинні також приймати участь у розбудові довіри. І це не має бути технічна дискусія. Тому що, як правило, стандарти розглядаються як елемент технічної дискусії. Це повинно змінитися. Тому що технічні експерти, не технічні експерти, а ті, хто приймають рішення, вони повинні розуміти, яким чином має функціонувати це середовище. Це повинно розглядатися як питання не технічне, а питання, скажімо, здорового глузду. І це не значить, що якщо лише ці стандарти будуть відображені на законодавчому рівні, це вже проблему вирішено. Наприклад, також є брак інших тем, пов'язаних, окрім довірчого середовища інтернету, це, наприклад, інтернет речей. Це питання мало висвітлюється або недостатньо. Ми повинні проводити тренінги з цієї теми, ми повинні задіювати різних експертів. Часом, навіть якщо керівники отримують такі навчання або пройдуть якісь навчання, вони не можуть зрозуміти, навіщо воно їм потрібне. Тобто нам треба змінити сам наратив і підходи до цієї теми. Я хочу навести декілька прикладів. Можливо, регулятори вже мають відповідні інструменти у себе на полиці. А що з приводу якогось медіависвітлення або якихось наукових статей, судові справи? А також надійність використання веб-сайтів навіть для навчальної мети, які також, в принципі, викликають сумніви з приводу їхньої захищеності і безпечності. З приводу витрат. Яка вартість цієї відсутності рівня безпеки і надійності?
Юрію, будь ласка, передаю слово. Я так розумію, що у вас є обмежений час, тому вам треба нас залишати ще, скільки в нас часу ще лишилося. Мені вже треба починати працювати з коаліцією скоро, так, Якщо в мене скоро тому я думаю, що наші питання будуть вам вже адресовані потім. Я з вами поспілкуюся і, власне, обговорю певні нюанси. Специфіку українську, тому що це дуже різні умови, хочу сказати. Саме умови, в першу чергу, щодо національних моделей. Національні моделі, взагалі, встановлення взаємодії між стейкхолдерами, між зацікавленими сторонами. Вони відрізняються від регіону, тобто вся політична ситуація від Нідерландів відрізняється дуже сильно в наших країнах з вами. Тому це залежить від довіри, від розбудови довіри. Якщо ми можемо погодитися, хоча б з того моменту, де нам розпочати дискусію на національному рівні, якусь модель, хоча б початку, ну, це вже початок дискусії, насправді. Ну, якби в нас було по іншому писання Таїланда, це завдяки тому, що є така система, і взагалі ця коаліція може працювати. Звичайно, є певні межі. І я думаю, що треба допомагати всім починати якісь дискусії на різних рівнях. Я думаю, що власне застосування таких стандартів безпеки – це основна умова для створення цієї довірчого середовища. Але так, ми це ще обговоримо з вами. Дякую. Дякую вам за вашу увагу, зрештою, і ви продовжуєте вже українською. Дякую вам щиро. Якщо якісь є запитання, то, будь ласка, направляйте. Буду на них відповідати. Дякую. На побачення. So we actually come right now to Russian and Ukrainian, please. And would give his presentation, and actually we can put this presentation to discuss it with the organizational committee. After our friend Alexander. So the person told previously that if there's an offer to create a way to form the trust environment by implementing the security and safety standards and for the internet sustainable development. So is this a full solution? Is this a comprehensive solution? Does it lack something? Is there something missing? How do you see this situation? Tell me. You referred to me. You are the only Alexander anyway, so. I'd like to note that the history knows many very good traditions, which are still important for us today. One of such traditions, we had this in the Navy. I do know that in the Navy we had it, and also in other structures. So the thing is, when the crew was in complicated situation, the actually captain of the ship, he offered everyone to his compartment. He offered everyone to captain compartment, all the officers, and he wanted all the people to tell something about the complications. Well, because when it comes to trust and use of internet technology, it's really complicated to talk about trust in internet. So we'll use this situation like the head in the Navy. So the tradition was that not somehow, to confuse young officers with something, so they did not mix the expressions from different ones. So the junior were the first to speak. So maybe we can use this tradition today. Yeah, you have a very good approach, I can say. So, Valeria, I know she has some interesting material. She has something interesting. Maybe Valeria, the junior officer, will be the first one. Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to present my information. So, I will be very brief. I think I should start from what? In 2022, Cisco specialists, well, by this year, they actually promised us that we will connect 50 billion of different gadgets to the network. What it will lead to already led to what exactly? We have certain trust lowering. Trust goes low because trust internet goes down, definitely. We can see it. Unfortunately, I think you all remember 2017 June when the displays in the airport that did not work, so employees manually tried to provide some information because there was the virus called oh, something's wrong again. We have something with the connection. Beta virus, yes, yes. We had beta and not beta. All these, yeah. So I do remember this situation. Even Ukraine, Ukraine is not the leader in the IT industry, and we suffer from these problems related to internet. So we face these threats constantly. Get this information about the data leakage, about certain different cyber crimes. We get it, and also that we are being controlled and surveillance of Big Brother and other entities. That always we are followed by online threats. All of this. It negatively affects us. It negatively affects the trust of internet users. So therefore, it leads to this global lack of trust, psychological tension, but also prevents us from implementation of new opportunities using new ways. And how to raise trust to internet. This is very important today. For us to enhance the trust, as I think, we have the Ukrainian still what is not regulated. Very personal thing. Yes, we have law of personal data and 2010 that revised in 2020, and we have code of personal offenses. We even have so even in the criminal code, we do have some items there, and article in the Constitution, Article 32, the Constitution tells that full action processing, storing information of personal information without consent of the owner prohibited. And we have adopted a law on cybersecurity, which relates to protection of personal data and violates to have this problem as well. And it's not regulated in Ukraine properly. So internet is actually the most likely source of leakage. So what can be offered? By the way, we actually want to know, even in Ukraine, not the US, country level, but often we have manifestations as personal data stolen, identity, the identity theft, just to get some economic profit. It's money. Right? So personal data are stolen. They are used to fund maybe a group of persons, and the owner of this, actually the person, the owner of the identity, he or she never knows that the data or even some assets already being used. There is already a damage, and in this case, we need to look for some solutions. Solutions which lead us to higher trust to internet. Developing the correct infrastructure. So authorized networks, and we need to create these. And providing to users the opportunity to protect themselves.
The possibility to protect their data from leakage, and analogically, there must be legal clearance, just like the government of our country, so that the government of other countries are to aim at, by means of their normative acts, to bring clearance and easy understanding of the existing legislation in this area. In Ukraine, just like I mentioned, not everything is so simple with the regulation of this area, but we are still developing. The adopted law on cybersecurity is the indicator of it. One more time, it is necessary, including to increase trust in the internet, to all the possible ways to assist the protection of human rights on the internet. On the cyberbullying, we hear almost every day. Even us as teachers, because since I'm speaking about the academy, we often deal with the fact that cyberbullying is something that even our students suffer from, which is unacceptable. All the internet policy is to be based on the principle of confidentiality. So the representatives of the authority are to encourage all the innovations or initiatives aimed at providing confidentiality of the connection. People have to be sure and confident that their private life they are building by means of the internet as well, because we have the internet communication and other forms of communication that cannot happen without internet. So people have to have the feeling of protection despite of any national belonging or any other forms. They have to be sure that their private life is private. And of course, the authorities need to know that their policy will be something that the consumers are going to trust by, following the legislation on the protecting rights of the consumers, including the digital sphere. It is important to have the possibility of data control so that the user, if he wants, he could control himself. How does his data are used? And not just use. If one wants, he should have the possibility to enter the resource that where he gave his data, where he fed his data, so that he could modify that data or just even delete it from that. I would like to add, Valeria, that data protection starts when the user identifies oneself, and then the question is if there is authentication when it says that you are you, of course. And counterfeit of the authentication when, or identity abduction, and we saw where it led. So when it was like, we have millions and billions of people. You are right to raise this question. Sorry for interrupting you, but the point of entering the personal data starts with it. Maybe there will be other opinions, but it is still not protected. So the questions connected with what is to be as protection at this point, the architecture that we're building, because you mentioned that security and safety. Or there are models of 5 or 6 level models. Sorry for interrupting you, but this is very important to mention. Yes, indeed, it is very important moment. When I studied Vaidas Alliance, this is the initiative of the Internet Society. Yes. In it, the first item was named the thing you mentioned, the question of authentication. I just maybe didn't get there yet. So then I will finish the things that I find important so that the users believed or trusted our government and the governments of other countries are to provide regulating bodies and necessary resources. Even the necessary level of independency for effective application of different means which can help in the legal field to protect the user of the internet, to protect and also help them regain their rights, for example, or that data when there was maybe leakage. And also it's very important to increase the trust to the internet. It's important to support non-discrimination measures. What it is meant. So the government or the authorities is to ensure so that their legal acts, their policy in no way gives space to use internet resource or internet technology or just the digital environment for discrimination activities relating to one person or the group or other social categories. And correspondingly, in this way, it will be possible to increase the level of the trust credit to the internet. So that's where I'll stop. Okay, thank you. These were very interesting things, but right now I would like to ask Natasha, because we have faced with in our practical work with what is called abuse and the attempt to impact personal data, and through that attention, the trust, the non-trust was being born. And by means of the tool, we tried to create the system that would enable us to balance those flaws of the technologies that we have today on the internet and the desire of people to have the trustworthy and protected information, and the one that is not distorted. And Natasha will tell about it. It's an interesting experience. I'm being really frank when saying that I have traveled from Morocco to Indonesia when presenting our product. When I say our, because Natasha is the director of the affiliate company. I say our because it's a Ukrainian product. And nobody even understood that something like could be done. Natasha, the floor is yours. Please turn on the microphone. Yes, good day all. I'll try to be brief. I will share the work of the Center of Competence today. It's the unit that works from April 2016 in Ukraine for 4.5 years. So we have good experience. And it started all with existing the problem when there wasn't a single body where people could go if a problem emerged with some violations on the internet, and that were actually recorded in different ways. Natasha, I shall interrupt you, forgive me. Not a single body, but just a body. Yes, so that it could be the place where you could receive, where you could fix the content and identify the owner of the content, so that to have the evidence to protect against violation on the internet. This was caused by, such disputes as a spread of false information to protect one's reputation. And then another category is violation of rights of intellectual property, domain disputes. And these disputes, they still exist. And this service also is used. What we see in our practice is also to prevent the further violations. For example, this is the purchase or sale of some object on the internet. So these are internet transactions. We also advise our clients, and we do the explanatory work so that they would be already aware with probable violations. So to warn them and how to behave if they want to buy something over the internet, or some internet, emailing and other messages. When the new website is created, we advise the users to fix, because the further violations are possible when it's a completely copied interface of the website, which can be also the matter of dispute. So there was a problem that with such violations, there was a necessity to have a body where to go and where to make a record of it. because the information on the internet can be lost very fast, or can disappear, and it is necessary to prove who is the owner of website, who is the person who has violated. We also have such a notion, such a thing as waste holding tanks that are used. That's why you have to fix it very fast, these evidence, and they have to be trustworthy, and they have to be such that the court can accept. And for these 4 years of work, we have managed the position that the law enforcement bodies address to us. I beg your pardon, I will interrupt you because it looks like an advertising. Actually, these violations that we mentioned, it's a very powerful thing that is it's actually destroying the atmosphere of trust on the internet. When people deal with it or face it, they're saying, what kind of environment is it where somebody can publish some false information about me, can steal something from me? Clear, right? And there was no protection against it. So from this point of view, trust was very low.
And when we were building this system, then it happened so that somehow this level started growing. Just for people to understand, Natalia, that we talk specifically about.
Maybe I wasn't translating it very well because
it's like the work in the field. It's like the work in the field. And we face different opinions and even aggressive. So yes, I can say when we did not know about the service, when we only were coming to market, we had this consultation with lawyers, and we had these platforms. We had even courts, so experts from courts, the judiciary, and we had many issues discussed, and we're talking about the visions, what actually lacked, and how actually it should be built. And we came to this consensus in the discussion process that this product will be proper in this format. So it was a process. It took 4.5 years. We've been working on that, on the document, and the document which would be really can be really used for everyone. And we help law enforcement, of course, and it's really useful for their work from the practical point of view. And the challenges that we have today, so this is a constant process, working and changing. So we change the conditions, and all the time we correct the product, because every day, certain adaptation is there, like the digital signature that we must have, an electronic evidence proceeding. So we also have it. It's a never-ending story anyway. So concerning the achievements, I mentioned it. So the courts already recommend themselves. I see in the practice. We analyzed it in 2016 in the previous year. So courts had we had these prolonged extended trials, and the registration, the website owners, we had different interpretations, and then we had some amendments to the copyright law. Now it states that the registrant of the domain name and the service recipient. So, and we started creating our services in such a way so to identify the projects for the courts actually to start registering everything. Starting from the domain name registration, because judges are not the ID experts, they're lawyers. And if a judge, for example, working with criminal cases, family cases, civil cases, and he has this internet case, so he does not know all the terms and definitions. In our documents, we actually formulate this right now, so we interpret everything, give a liquid definition. For the moment of the domain registration, it happens at the moment when this government name actually starts working for the website. We have this unified interpretation for the judges to have this practice. What I can see today in the registry, the practice is already there, so it's a routine. Lawyers, they do the information from us, the register of the court decisions, or we are being recommended by lawyers. Have some requests from the judges, and also judges recommend us. Okay, so like where are the structure, please, and go to the specific structure. Basically, this is a trust already. Yes, this is a trust created, and those who somehow suffered from some damage or injury of the internet, regarding the internet. But this is the trust from the other streets. So yeah, trust environment. This service that we develop is about trust. And it actually showed a very positive experience. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. The only thing I want to say when we speak about the development of such, actually collection of such experience, we have the scope today. We have this internet scope. So Cisco already mentioned 50 billion, yes? Now the forecast goes to 600 billion. Like unimaginable figures. And look, all this stuff finally will be in this market as well. All these violations will be there as well in this market. Like, okay, 50 billion of connected devices. The tools are discussed. Wood said that security and safety, this is the aim that should be there. We determined that we have a certain starting point, an entry point to the digital object, because we work with digital objects, and I told you previously, 4 of us stay here, we're digital objects. Just like we see ourselves, these are digital objects. And the tool we use to communicate is also a digital object. The network that allows us to see each other and talk is a digital object, and the platform use itself as a digital object, a world of digital objects. That's why not every digital object is identified in the network. We have identification here, IP address. It's unified with the device and that's reflected on the display. So truly, much more than 50 billion. 50 billion of just identified with the direct feature. Direct identifier. Huge threats are there. And due to this, the scope of the threats, I'm trying to understand it. Still, I don't understand it. I'm only trying to understand it. And I realize that we're coming to a point in the internet development beyond which it's about time to ask yourself a question. Do we need to develop internet or not? In the same dynamics. It's quite a provocative question. Maybe we'll slow down and just think what we lack in future, what will be lack in future, because the threats that we have, this non-trust environment that we have, it exists without any trust. bring us a lot of problems in future. Alexander, I pass the floor to you finally. And I will do it. Thank you, dear colleagues, for this interesting ideas. So how much time do I have? 1 minute we have. So I won't use it. Okay, we may actually finish earlier, but I'll tell you that when we speak about the problem of trust, not a problem of this day, previous day. Actually, this is an eternal problem. When only we started communicating and talking, and we started becoming socially responsible, so we started thinking like about trust. Like, can I actually trust any person? And this identification symbols marks have always been there. They're visually determined, help us to determine visually. Let's say a certain tribe for this specific person. So we identified ourselves with them. This right now we can see these mass tattoos. And what happens, so this is a symbol, like telling we are from your tribe, we are from your community. Just joking. But the problem of trust appeared when we started to globalize the trade relations. And from one country, the merchants went to another country to sell something, and they wanted to bring some currency back. The currency and we used another trade relations. So we started having the mediators, let's say the currency exchange agents. Some were the markets. They helped actually merchants from different countries actually support this trade exchange. These agents, it was like a certain center of trust. Those people who do not know each other, this was like a mediation. So, a lot of examples on how the centers and systems of trust ensuring here. You remember that from the history that in 19th century, 20th century, had these ways economic trade relations on the basis of word. Call it a merchant's word, so the word or the name. So when you had a reputation, and when you lost trust, it was about losing reputation first, losing your name. Community basically meant that your commercial activity goes down. And right now, when we expand the commercial activity circle and we have some unidentified subjects, who are the trust centers today? Banks, because they're structured into special mechanisms. Identification, they help unknown subjects, unfamiliar subjects, think of commercial relations to start building the trust. And the trust from itself, and it did not arise. We have it for quite a long time. It's not even on the internet. But the network itself, the internet itself, and it only merged. That activated this problem. Today it has become one of the key problems. One of the key obstructions for the society to develop. We speak about the enhancing of efficiency of the human activity and the other achievements. Not because the internet technology are so bad, because it's so much for mutual transactions and contracts quickly. Bilateral transactions, I mean. People from different continents each other. For the moment of the transaction, they knew nothing of each other, and after they will simply forget about each other. So my colleagues are dealing with academic activity. I'd like them, I really offer them to classify the problems related to trust in conditions. As classification allows to share problems, break them with similar features, bring them into one categories. And then we start talking about solutions. First of all, basic problem related to internet technology is a problem with trust, technological system, telecommunication network, and a trust. So the transfer of data function is performed without any information with relevant parameters, speed, extension, and so on. So we want to be sure that the technological parameters that tell us those right. This is very important when we technology certain types of activity. This is the technological trust and the standardization and the quality of use. We may talk a lot about trust, the quality of work, quality of performance. We watched it today, we observed it today. Okay, COVID affected the quality, not COVID affected the quality network, but response. Certain response that requires investment.
To support the quality that we had before the COVID-19, because us as users, it doesn't matter, COVID, not COVID, brainstorm or not, some storm or not, but we want to have the quality that we were promised. So the mobility of work of the internet world network is it's the main task and challenge in front of the technological community. Why is it one of the most important ones? Because the rest of the mankind, they are sure that if they will be busy with something using internet technology, then the internet technology will provide it for them, the necessary conditions of work. I will not mention about technology anymore. There's leakage of information or personal data leakage. Specialists already mentioned about it. These are well-known topics, almost. We almost know the ways to solve them, and more or less we understand what to do. Then the use of internet technologies and the problem of trust, I would functionally divide into two. The first problem of trust because of use of internet network as a system of social communications. So the system that is meant for communication, and all the problems that happen in the regular communication without internet technologies, they connected with the defamation, with personal data. They also have place in the network, but there's one specifics to it. And the specifics that is connected with the specific nature of internet technologies. It's a certain type of anonymity of those who participate or have the internet interaction. Why certain? Because that's the way the internet was growing and developing, that till a certain moment it was used, when it was used by highly intellectual people, it was the period of grammar development in the 90s. But when it has become of mass nature, then internet technologies emerged as a notion, and all different people that the society is comprised of are present on the internet, and it has copied the society, let's just say, with all the, you know, advantages of the people's lives and with all the flaws that are peculiar to our society. So due to that anonymity, brings a problem to trusting, because they have to localize also the location of this or that subject who is the participant of the communication, and the jurisdiction definition becomes very important. Apart from that, there's a problem that placement of information on internet resources becomes not always possible to localize or identify time of violation of rights of information rights and other types of rights of the participants of the social communication, and the speed of the information change is so fast that it's a big problem how to record it, how to fix it as a, you know, legal act in order to express complaints. So all these are well-known problems, and violation of human rights and violation of possible bans on dissemination of information, also the problem of evidence. Natalia told about one of the mechanisms today. In today's conditions, there are certain questions from the point of view of clear use in the legal area. And on this part, we're opening a new situation when we are to check whether we trust the resource of information. When we had the paper media, or when there was television, although we always have been against censorship, but at least we could trust it from the point of view of the, you know, realistic nature of that information, that it was really true, because it was verified before it was printed. It's not that I'm encouraging the censorship, but still, unfortunately, today not so many resources of information, since they have become so many, but from the experience of using these resources, most of those who use internet, they cannot develop their own experience. That's why there's so much fake information, misinformation, and there's a question of the efficiency of its use. Little by little, in this situation, some ecosystems are being created, trustworthy ecosystems, where on the basis of self-regulation, the users of internet can create these islands of individual trust, where there are authors, trustworthy authors or resources, and then there's a certain feeling of safety on the use of this verified information. These were well-known problems, and they still are. And there are two ways It's a legal regulation and self-regulation. And the next problem is connected with the use of internet network for activity, for exercising some activity. Any activity people do. There are no examples when some human activity wasn't realized without without internet. That's why the activity depends on the reliability of the internet, and also on the reliability of provision of trustworthiness, because in today's conditions, internet can add for horizontal economic ties, what I mean, without addressing any state bodies that can fulfill such functions to provide trust. And then when we look at the modern model, then we can see that in this chain, the transaction is definitely involved the centralized bodies like banks, or to transfer funds, or customs, or tax authorities, or transport logistic structures, and others. When on each chain of transaction, there is verification of the transactions. So you can't say that it's 100% situation with trust, but some way, some possibilities of violation, they can be filtered. When we have a chance today to develop something new, some know-how, and to sell to somebody without all these state authorities, so to avoid this whole hierarchy, right? But just sending or giving the possibility to use your app to print in any point of the world some product by just granting access to any user, and right away you can physically sell the product to anywhere in the world, any user. So this is the horizontal relationship. And we were speaking about this relationship, that the situation with trust is completely open. Nobody can say that there was no experience in this area of interaction between this company. And there is no mechanism for recommendation that has powerfully worked in 2018, in the 18th or 19th century. Like when the person you trust would recommend you someone else or another one. So we are approaching the unknown. In these transactions, we take a risk, and take a big risk. Of course, it's preferable to avoid this risk. What do we need to do that? We need to have identification of those companies that are the parties to the transaction. And this identification and verification doesn't mean that we will trust right away, but at least it gives a chance, and a big chance, to do the dispute resolution via court's body with an indication of the possible offender. And if we use the system of identification or verification that we trust, and the client which will be our company, then the level of trust will be high. But it means the system of verification is to be reliable, and trustworthy all over the world. This is what the problem of the problems, and the problem lies in the fact that the system of verification and identification is to be regulated by the national legislation. And the last thing, how to make the system international. And there is the combination of two problems, technological and legal. It is aimed at creation of the single standards or the standards that can be compatible with each other. Standards of identification, verification of the companies, and the regulation with the use of such approaches is to be oriented on the legal platform, and or everything that we see as modernization today is to start with creating the legal relations. Not like there was the national system of law first created and then they would enter the international level. It was historically working like that. So the international legal was based on already mature national systems.
I think we cannot use this. Everything is going so fast. The dynamics of social relations development is really the way that was already previously. Processes seriously slow down. So actually destroy this trust, and then that the basis of legislative created by the and area so and in this segment of identity, I think it's really good to use this kind of area uh, then it would develop internet called the social communication. That else would be during elsewhere. It would definitely help. Actually, different the address, all the alias, the possible sections or some actually provide us. We just technologies but for the humans. At the same time, it will be almost this trust, but just service to based on artificial without autonomously with other systems. It will create a situation for materials, for equipment, for services, networks that have years they will be implemented in a very short time with a lot process for the and system of Internet of Things will potential capacity by this real time for this product to be service. Will this problem cybersecurity of the combined systems, they must have this basic level of cybersecurity of the weakness at high level of cybersecurity. You must comply same level of cybersecurity. How to identify it, how to verify it that we have today. Many people do understand it. Problem and all different legal instruments and technological. And we have the problem of two quality of products. About standardization system, certification system, it will be implemented in the area and the environment. Any legal entities, they will not be. So it's a problem and not the industry, but for all other areas as well. Quite a sensitive area, the education area. That sometimes educational use a national level. Not many of time. There was not enough time for examination, and the results of were really so. The results were curriculum was not adopted or rejected by. There was a mechanism that actually allowed to filter knowledge curricula which were can produce educational programs due to technology and so we can actually see a variety of possible centers. And so no such natural sometimes quasi-educational. This is a problem as well. How can I trust not is something that is told by the instructor useful for me? A positive thing one can say. May have quite a negative. So we can see already fails, and problem of it's quite a global, just like our civilization. And if we dig deep, always find a matter of trust, a problem of trust. How to solve? We have two ways: centralized, centralized system of trust, and it doesn't mean that this example must all cases where the problem arises. Centralized, I mentioned the currency exchange agent. And we can subject to ensure this trust. Services are what they're actually required. We have banks, and so on. I mentioned credit unions. System, but system created an ecosystem. But it is being self-regulation. Second, it's the examples, the current cryptocurrency of trust are only four members of this trust. Others of the system may not trust in the system, and this person will not trust the system as well because it does not know how it works. So, reliable and create a system of trust, it has its own goals. Well, trust is, all these things when have attacks, these systems, quite successful attacks. So, we modernize the technology of these systems. Organizations to solve some issues. Networks they involve third parties to ensure the disputes, reason for this objective settlement of. And also, these systems are not perfect, but therefore, the problem of trust, how to solve it. Create certain organizational structure on the law, self-regulated, which would be based on technology. Blockchain is not yet. Some other technology. EO2, same idea. Experts, technical, managerial. We will not be able to create a solution autonomous trust problem. Just common understanding, just operation. Aspect. So have huge trust. I agree with many. To mention it, I agree with mentioning it. Level of the customer level, and there the trust today is really one of the biggest threats for society. Now, technological revolution first, because it's related to internet. Thank you for actually giving me the time. Thank you. Yes, thank you. It's pretty clear.
I would like to underline that, in my opinion, we are at the point after which, if not to solve the problem of trust, the internet will be granted with completely different features. And I don't think that these features will be as a plus. How do we quit the situation? I don't know. What is the way out? Yes, there is development of the technology security and safety, and there is the development of technology identity. Very possibly that these are three ways that we are to manage very fast, which means, practically speaking, the way I see the situation, that we shall receive new classes of the system, information systems. It's not just some, installments and subsystems. I think that these has to be architectural solutions that are themselves solutions. And today we practically don't have it. Yes, but the solutions themselves are in the security sphere or trust. Yes, 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 but they are to be oriented on the trust. Because from the point of view of the security, yes, we have separate systems and we know how to build them. From the point of view of identity, even the word identity doesn't suit here, because identity is about identification. It's a humanitarian notion, but we work with the technological parameters. That's why we have to speak here about identifiers and the processes of identification and safety. Because safety, so far, there is no solutions that would refer to a separate cluster. And there is one more word. I beg your pardon. I would like to remind you about the recent story. From 1993, I was the first deputy of the National Service of Ukraine on the protection of the information, and we were only creating the ground, the atmosphere there, the standards, systems of certification in the area of technological protection of information. And we also developed a number of principles, and among them there was principle of compulsory division of technological aspect of development of any computer systems, necessity to divide into subsystems of provision of informational security and safety, what we call today cybersecurity. So the principle was already in there, that the system when is created at the same time with its functions, and one of the functions, the indirect function of it, also added cybersecurity. So what you mentioned, sometimes the main function themselves can be projected or created in order to provide a part of cybersecurity. And what does it lie in? Us as people, and it's a number of different systems, and also with the immune system, right, which provides the security of our life. And for example, our liver, apart from the main function connected with blood, it also has the function of cleaning blood from the poisons that get into blood, which can destroy the body. So the function itself, but with consideration of security, not incorporated function, but the functional function. Yes. So this principle was envisaged by the number of documents, and also in the resolution of 1998 on the order of exercising technical protection of information, and there must be such division, but it has disappeared now. That's why we speak about DIA today. Do you have a certificate? But if this principle was envisaged, then DIA wouldn't be launched, or it wouldn't be possible to be launched if this function wasn't created right from the start. That's the ideology of cybersecurity today. And cybersecurity is a big part of providing trust. So all these things are interrelated. Yes, you're quite right. I'm very grateful to you for participation in this panel. I would like to say that today, all day, and we had 3 sessions today. In all 3 sessions, there was a threat, or I could say even it was a rope of topic of the trust or the cable. And I think we'll proceed studying these questions. And I think it would be also interesting for you to exchange your experience, and for the listeners, it was interesting understanding of the fact that around trust is the future of the internet. If we have come to this, if there is such understanding, if there is some particle of this understanding that got into our consciousness, I would be very happy for all us listeners. I would like to add you that your mission as of today has been accomplished completely, because at least 3 persons apart from you see the necessity of inclusion of it. And Valerio mentioned also very well, but this role of the problems of trust. And Natasha, as far as I understand, she has studied this topic very thoroughly, also in the practical area. But since we were the founders of this topic, that's why you know this topic very well. Yes, but you're also one of us. You're not just standing here. Yes, the topic of trust is the topic that is guiding a person, a human being, all his life. And all those who thought about it, how we live, in which conditions, not so many people. And from this small number of people, there's a part of those who are speculating on the quality of health, quality of roads, and those who are thinking about the future life and life of others. There's a part who are thinking about trust. It's very small because there are many other problems. And this small part of people, since trust, is something that we understand because we know who we are to communicate, but the understanding comes only when you get burned because they were acting without trusting. There are so many fraudsters. So after some very bad experience, and our national sport is to learn from our mistakes, but to do that, to face the mistakes again and again and again. So the task is to promote and educate. Promote and educate. We have started to draw attention to trust in the society, to information resources. We are trying to build some system of verification from the point of view of if the information is verified or not. Someone is creating the portals where the information is placed, or websites or other informational resources that cause trust. Somebody says himself that they are using only the verified sources. So they have the internal filters, and following or observing their communication, you have trust. So you are to tell, and it has to be the state official policy of a certain state body that receives money of the taxpayers for it. Ministry of Culture and Information is one of the their key tasks. I would like to add one more thing, that we, during all 11 IGF forums, they were speaking about multi-stakeholderism, and the paradox lies in the fact that there will be no multi-stakeholderism if there is no trust. Yes, multi-stakeholderism was created to have trust of different parties, and so the trust would flourish in thousands of hours in the field of our today's life. And I think we'll finish our session on that chord. Thank you all, dear colleagues. Thank you all, and have a good evening. Good evening. Goodbye to all of you. Valeria, I will ask you a question. What did you do for that? I got a cat. Okay, I see. I saw your cat. Okay, thank you all. Goodbye. Good health, dear all.